Away, we have an IT issue, which is always good on a Wednesday morning, and that the Zoom isn't quite working. So the live stream is, but we'll just get underway. So let's begin with the opening karakia. So if we'll stand.
Whakatateho ki te uru, whakatakateho ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā tara tara ki tai, he hi ake ana te ata kura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, tihei, mauri ora.
Great, thank you all for that. Now I haven't, where are you from, Joe? Yeah, so apologies, we've got James on Zoom, but Zoom isn't working, so we'll just have him as a lateness until that's up and going, but he is watching on the live stream, which is good. And Jake's a lateness for apology as well, so I'm happy to move them. Mel's happy to second them. All in favour? Against? That's carried. Great, thank you. Noting declarations of interest, so there's Councillor Henstock and McClellan for Christchurch NZ and myself and Sarah for City Holdings, item 11 and 12. If there's anything else anyone notices, just mention it during the meeting, that's no problem. The previous minutes, item 3, I'm happy to move them. Mark's happy to second them. Anyone got any, there are no adjustments that I noted. Great, all in favour?
All right.
Against? That's carried. Okay, that brings us to public forum. And we've got two today. We've got Helen Broughton speaking about medium density housing and Don Gould about the sewage treatment plant. So Helen, I might invite you up first. Now you've got 5 minutes, but I don't know whether you can see the timer. So I'll bing the bell.
I'll just speak, so I haven't got anything prepared.
Great. What I'll do though is I'll let you know at 4 minutes, so you've got a minute left.
Thank you.
Great.
Good, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm coming to speak to you today in light of the fact that there's been a change of position by one of the major parties should they take power, and that is the removal of medium density housing across the board. I believe that it will be welcomed by a lot of the public, and just before I touch on a process going forward, I just want to say that Riccarton in particular is not so affected by this because the main concern people have is 6 stories. So the 5 residents groups who represent Riccarton do have the threat, if I call it, of 6 stories. So I'm talking more generally, basically now. And how do you as a council handle this process going forward? It's kind of a curved ball. I've done submissions in the 2015 plan, both myself and with Mike Moira. We canvassed a lot of subjects. I've got some idea of the actual process. At present, staff are collating submissions, then there's cross submissions, then there's the possibility of further comments, there's the possibility of mediation, then council come to a view on it, council staff, and then it goes to a hearing in October. My view is that you probably have to continue as you are at this stage, but I would move the hearings panel out 4 to 6 weeks. They're planning to sit in October. If you move them out 4 to 6 weeks, it would give you a chance then to reflect as to where you go if there is a change of government. And I think you could change that panel. There's 4 to 5 or 6 people on that panel. It would just be moving that forward. It would then move your finish date forward too, but I presume that's not set in legislation. I presume you could discuss that with central government. So that's really all I wish to say on it, basically. It's just a way of going forward which keeps you honouring what central government currently has asked, but it also gives you the option of change, because it's not a popular move with, in fact, residents, medium density throughout the whole city if you haven't got a qualifying matter. So that's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Helen. I think Aaron had a... Did you have a question? Oh, you didn't. You were just...
But she answered it then.
Oh, Sarah does. Great.
Thanks, Helen. I'm just wondering, when you say that it's not popular with residents, are you talking about homeowners rather than renters? So
Probably, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and probably people 30 plus who have some investment in their property.
So what about those people who might be renters or younger, who are looking for affordable homes that are close to the city?
Well, our council, the council paper, this is section 34, states there's no evidence it will make homes affordable. I think that's the wish, but whether there's any evidence for that, and our own staff are saying.
Yeah, I think you might want to look at the stuff that's coming
But let's
from
not debate
Auckland.
it, Sarah, but we're here to ask respectful questions. Tim?
Thank you, Helen.
Thank you.
Now that it's actually been mentioned in public, I think that we get some information out to the public with regards to the process, because what dates what's legislative and that type of thing, because that is a quagmire. I mean, you've been at council, you had been at council for a long time, and as you know, the bureaucracy is an amazing machine. So it would be really good to make it clear, the process and the timing, what we actually can control.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. No, that's really useful. So just so I'm really clear in my mind, effectively what you're asking for is a bit of advice on if we can push that hearings panel back just a fraction to see what the outcome of the election is.
I mean, it's a bit of a curveball, this, isn't it? And we don't know who will win the election. I mean, one can think one knows, but we actually don't know. So you won't know till the October 14th. So, and you might know a month before through polls, but it gives you some ability to change direction if council wishes to.
Okay, hey, look, thank you very much for coming in and doing that, Helen, and we'll definitely get some advice.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Brilliant. Okay, next up is Don Gould. Now, Don, you've got a PowerPoint, I understand, and we've got James is online now, so Zoom's working. Hey, James. And we've got your PowerPoint up there too.
Thank you, Sam.
Sam, I spoke to Don about this last night, and he was a little bit worried about time pressures. Is there any chance that if he may be able to possibly go slightly over the 5 if he needs to?
I think so. Let's see how he goes with the 5 minutes that's there.
Okay. Thank you.
But Don, that isn't a license to take 15 minutes. Because I know how you operate and I respect how you operate, but you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Sam. I didn't actually intend on running over the 5 minutes personally, but I did raise the issue with Aaron because the members may have questions, which I'm happy to address. But let's jump into this. I seem to be back here looking at sewage treatment plant issues again. This is the least favourite place I would like to be, especially in a week where I've just thrown up a PowerPoint presentation of social media content that is just not okay. Residents are still expressing frustrations and concerns, especially with an email that went out yesterday telling them that the aerating solution is simply not working. The smell is growing, the methyl mercaptan and sodium hydrogen chloride, whatever those things are back in the air. And they haven't debated. We asked for a timeline. It's time to reach out for some more help. We asked for a timeline. It fell on deaf ears. We feel like we're being managed. We're outgunned by clever managers that are managing the community rather than listening to our concerns. The community is being held economic hostage. I'll explain that a bit more. Without the sort of plan and timeframe, residents can't move on. We don't have any certainty. We know that the stench doesn't bother some people, but it really, really, really does bother a small minority group. Residents are being held in limbo. We've got fake promises of it's in the hands of the insurance. It's not okay. We're looking at the question of whether we reach out across the globe for some answers. If you crash your car, it's easy. Just ask the person next door to you, how long does it take to settle an insurance claim? Everybody knows the answer to that, a couple of weeks at most. How long does it take to settle a $100 million insurance claim? That one's a bit more difficult. None of us at the table here have ever had one of those personally. I'd love to say I'm going to, but it's not really a reality, is it? How long does it take to plan a sewage treatment plant for 400,000 people? Now, these are simple questions that a community would actually, in my view, benefit from having some answers to. so they've got some comfort and understanding, so they can start planning their lives again, which they can't at present. When your city has had a disaster, did your government buy out impacted residents or keep them locked in their assets? Those are questions that we'd like to perhaps potentially ask people around the world. I'll just move on from that one. I've forgotten what I was trying to say to that point. Who can we talk to? The logical people for us to talk to as councils and government around the world, because we're not getting answers at this table. We need a sanity check. Is it reasonable for people to live in stench for years? So our community needs some perspective from what is happened in other locations and how long should they expect to carry on. Obviously, the earthquakes gives us quite a large precedent. And that was really breaking point for a lot of people, and it caused a huge amount of mental health harm. And that's one of the reasons why I'm here today. There was an email sent to all members earlier in the week from one community advocate who spoke of he's been reached out to by a guy who is literally at suicidal breaking point, and that is not okay to see happening in our community. Who should we check for sanity? People around the world. Well, I think I've just covered that really, so I'll move on quickly. A year ago, I didn't like what I saw in a Zoom meeting, one of our residents in tears. I rose up some social media groups, I created some websites, I hosted some public meetings, I spent months sitting in this chair. I was given assurances, I was given apologies. Why? This week, I've just explained that, the plea for residents, it's garnished my anger and energy again, frankly. What do I want? I've already told you what I want, but I'll tell you again. I want a plan, I want a time frame, I want some reasonable expectations. Now, I also want an exit strategy for those who don't want to stay. Housing New Zealand in my area has had a house closed with no tenants in it for a year and a half, pending them sorting out the arrangements with the people next door so they can actually redevelop the whole block. This same sort of issue it's a case of a burden being placed across the whole society, not just the individuals. And that's my...
That definitely took you less than 5 minutes, Don. Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions, Don? So we'll go Celeste and then Aaron and then we'll... Yeah.
Thank you. It's really helpful to hear from you. And in terms of because it's been ongoing for a long period of time, in terms of the comms and the outreach is separate to the insurance side of things, are there things that you think have worked well and things that have worked less well?
Yeah, there's just been that will come back in a report to you, Celeste, because there's been an independent review commissioned, and we spent 2.5 hours, and if the chair will humour me about 2.5 hours, I'll run you through all those. Otherwise, we could perhaps pick that up offline. But in fact, there are lots of people that have given feedback on what was good, what wasn't so good, what worked, what didn't work. One of the things we said that is probably pertinent when we spoke to them is that we felt that turning up here to give you guys a mandate helps you guys to go back to staff, and it helps staff as well with understanding, yes, there is a reason to act. It doesn't want to let you ask a question.
I saw Mark put his hand up as well. Don actually chewed me here for 40 minutes last night, so Mark can have mine.
We'll Mark and then we'll wrap it up. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Don, just wanted to pick up on that point with the gentleman that was at breaking point. Has he found some way of carrying on?
Yeah, Stephen McPake was a community advocate that he reached out to, and Stephen's got a lot of background and experience with men's mental health and linking people to support. And I do note that the council sent out an email yesterday which included links to information on where to get support. But the point, Mark, is that we shouldn't have people getting to this breaking point. We should be giving them some certainty with a plan and a time frame, because with a plan it means if, for example, you say it's going to take 3 years before we can get a tender in the market for a thing that we've designed, and here's a proposal that will need to be engaged on, then people can then go, okay, I can live with that, or they can go, I can't live with that. I know for my own mental health it might cost me $200,000 to dump this house now or do something different, but it'll save my life.
Yes.
Whereas what they're doing at present is they're going, oh, the council will be there shortly. They'll be there soon, won't they? Will they? And then they break, and then it's too late.
Yep.
We don't want to be there, Mark.
Okay, no, I think that's probably enough on this one. But I mean, they are public forums, so it's usually 5 minutes. But I think given the importance, Don, can I just thank you for coming in and raising the issue? It's something that's on the top of our mind. We had a session on it yesterday, and there are some challenges we're working through in terms of the recent events out at the plant, which will be expected to communicate in the coming weeks. And in terms of the insurance, there are 4 of us who sit around this table who have been delegated the ability, in consultation with the Chief Executive, to manage the insurance. So at this point, it's not appropriate to comment on it, but I can give you the assurance that it's being worked through in a considered way that gives us a long-term outcome for the city that everyone will be proud of. So thank you for coming in, and we will continue to communicate. But the points that Celeste and I think Mark have raised are really valid, and I know the team will take them away as well. So thank you for coming in.
You're welcome, Sam. Thank you for the opportunity.
Great. Okay, deputations. Now we've got Sarah Campbell from Extinction Rebellion. So Sarah, do you want to come on up? Thanks for coming in.
Kia ora. Ko Sarah Campbell, tēnei, I'm speaking on behalf of Extinction Rebellion o Te Tahi. As we cannot make good decisions without a good understanding of the facts, I'll start with a few facts about the climate and biodiversity crisis. How do I switch to the next? Perfect, thank you. The last 8 years have been the hottest years on record. 2022 was the hottest year for the ocean. The graph on the this graph shows heating from 1955 to 2022. That's ocean heating. NASA state this upward trend will continue as long as we keep emitting greenhouse gases at our current rate. What we do over the next 3 to 4 years, I believe, is going to determine the future of humanity. We are in a very, very desperate situation. Sir David King, Chief Scientific Advisor to successive UK governments. The collapse of civilization in the natural world is on the horizon. Sir David Attenborough. Greenhouse gas emissions keep growing, global temperatures keep rising, and our planet is fast approaching tipping points that will make climate chaos irreversible. We are on a highway to climate hell with our foot still on the accelerator. Antonio Guterres, UN Secretary General. In Aotearoa, due to warming waters, we're already beginning to see mass die-offs of sea sponges, kelp, fish, and seabirds. New Zealand king salmon recently shut down some of its farms due to the inability of salmon to thrive in these warming waters. We have seen significant disruption in the world and at home due to the increasing and worsening weather events. This is just at 1.1 to 1.3 degrees of added warming. According to the latest IPCC report, we will reach almost 3 degrees of added warming by the end of the century, if we continue to emit at the current rate. If we increase emissions, we will see 4 to 5 degrees of added warming by the end of the century. This is within the lifetimes of children born today. The Informed Leaders Group has grown to over 77 respected independent academics, and they have told you that it is their shared view that the Terrace Airport project should not proceed. They've told you that decarbonising aviation is a wicked problem. The challenge of radically reducing aviation emissions is insurmountable without demand management, and that there is absolutely no scope for the aviation technology optimism that underpins the Terrace Airport proposal. They have also warned you that this airport would also negatively impact Christchurch tourism. Transpower recently estimated that we would need 62.5 terawatt hours of electricity to produce the amount of green hydrogen needed to decarbonise aviation by 2050. This means we would need to produce 2.5 times the electricity we currently produce. This is excluding the extra electricity we need to produce to transition away from fossil fuels in other areas. This is just one of the many obstacles surrounding the use of green hydrogen in aviation. You do not need to see a business plan to know that this project is a terrible idea. You already know enough. You know that the climate crisis you know about the climate crisis and the urgency in which we need to reduce emissions. You know we are a long way off being able to carbonise current levels of aviation, if ever. You know aviation expansion will enable more flights and increase emissions. The longer this project is allowed to progress, the more it is costing Christchurch ratepayers. We are told that the Statement of Expectation and Statement of Intention process is one of the only opportunities Council has to provide strategic direction to CCHL and their companies, and then to accept, provide feedback on, or reject their responding intentions. We ask you to please use this opportunity. Reject CCHL's Statement of Intention on the basis of Christchurch Airport's intention to progress the Terrace Airport project. Even if you are not a councillor who prioritises the planet, maybe you prioritise profit over planet, wouldn't you at least ask that the SOI is amended to include specific requirements to safeguard CCHL's finances? How about a fully transparent business case, including the average annual flight and passenger forecast, projected revenue and profitability forecasts for Terrace up to and beyond the time of break-even and payback on the initial development costs? The projected impact of Terrace development activities on CIAL dividend payments over the next 30 years. An update on the social licence development, including a summary of national and local public sentiment and media coverage. An analysis of the impact of flight diversions away from Christchurch to Terrace on the Christchurch tourism economy. An estimation of carbon emissions generated by Terrace Airport, including embodied construction and Scope 3 flight emissions and detailed mechanisms to offset these. In addition to CIHL's plan to expand aviation, we have other concerns about the way in which this publicly owned company operates. As we know, when Christchurch Airport purchased the land in 2020, the council was not informed of this purchase. In 2022, the council added the following statement to their enduring statement of intentions. Any transaction involving the purchase or disposal of land must be notified to the council in advance of any legal agreement or undertaking being finalised. Christchurch Airport purchased more land in Terrace on the 11th of this month. The news broke in media last night. We wonder if CIL had informed the council prior to making this purchase, and if the council knew, why didn't they stop this? Another concern is the Christchurch Airport's Terrace Community Fund. This is a $30,000 annual fund that Terrace individuals and groups can apply for. This fund is essentially Christchurch ratepayers' money being used to improve CIAL's goodwill in the Terrace community. The people of Christchurch weren't asked if we wanted our company to build a new international airport 400 kilometres away. We weren't asked if our money could be used to sweeten up a community 400 kilometres away. This is grossly undemocratic behaviour. We ask that councillors address this. We'd like to end this deputation by asking you to support the restoration of interregional rail, passenger rail. Aotearoa is the 4th worst in the world for domestic aviation emissions per capita. We are 7 times worse than the UK and 9 times worse than Germany. This is due to the fact that they have far better public transport systems than we do. It makes far more sense to be spending money on interregional rail rather than aviation expansion. Once again, please reject CCHL's statement of intention on the basis of CIAL's intention to progress Terrace Airport.
Great, thank you very much for that comprehensive update or deputation to us. That's really useful. We've probably got a couple of questions, no doubt. I just had one, and I was just going through my mind when we had the sign, which is good, saying reduce rates, dump the Terrace Airport. If we're thinking about aviation and the emissions it sort of creates, do you have a view on whether the council should own the Christchurch Airport?
I can't speak on behalf of Extinction Rebellion, but I think having control of the airport is really important going forward when we need to be reducing aviation emissions. So I think we have more control if it's not in private ownership.
Right. So on that logic, would the same apply down south? If someone is to build one, if we had control over it, that would potentially add more value.
Building an airport is a really dumb idea. Get a grip.
Well, I can either ask the question or not. It's entirely
a
up to
new
you guys.
airport, trying to build a new airport in Southland, we will be opposing that as well. Nobody should be building a new airport.
Right. Okay. Pauline.
Oh, thank you. It was a really, really good deputation. Thank you. What's your view on tourism? Have you done any work on that, looking at things like optimal numbers, what are too many, impact on climate change, should we be growing numbers, and what to? Have you done any work on that at all? Or do you have a view?
I think we have to work within planetary bounds. So our tourism has to work around that. And I think nobody should be expanding tourism in any country, anywhere. Especially non-sustainable tourism, which is flying, unfortunately.
So at the level that it's at now, do you think that's acceptable?
No.
So you want to reduce tourist numbers?
Absolutely, there should be a cap. Yeah, we should be reducing tourism.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Technically, now that we own the land, and I understand from what I've heard from those involved, that it's really the only area that an airport can be built down there other than the ones already existing. So if we didn't do anything with it, technically we've solved the problem, haven't we? Because nothing can expand down there. But we could add value to Christchurch Airport, because you did mention that those communities that almost rely on tourism, such as Fairley, Geraldine, those smaller communities.
I have no problem with us retaining the land.
Yep.
I have a problem with us progressing a new airport.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aaron. Oh, sorry, Sarah. We've got one more from Aaron, and then we'll wrap it up.
Yeah, thank you. So you don't support if that airport's developed and it lowers the carbon footprint of individual travellers in the overall market. If that is because that's one of the things that we've been shown, that if there's this many tourists coming to New Zealand each year, and the carbon footprint's this big, by having more strategic airports and the size of the aircraft and stuff reduces the footprint per passenger, but you don't support that because you don't support tourism.
No, because it's still expansion. It's allowing more expansion. If there is not, if we don't have a government cap at the moment,
right,
then it will just lead to expansion. It would lead to more aviation, and
so low carbon expansion's not a good thing.
It doesn't exist.
So are you also then, because with IT, for instance, that the carbon footprint of computers and the IT industry is as big as aviation and is set to be a lot bigger? What are the protests there, and what are we saying about those industries?
Today, I'm focused on the airport.
All right, that's a good note to leave it on. Thank you very much for coming in. Great. Okay, so we've got a... Great, thank you very much. Now we will move through. So we've got no petitions, and we'll go straight to the key organisational performance results. So Peter Ryan. Is Pete here? Great, come on up. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, happy to report that these results, a quick overview, these results are very steady and consistent with the last 3 to 4 months. There's actually fairly little variation. I'm only going to talk in an overview sense because you've actually heard most of this before. Levels of service are very consistent at just over the target, about 86%, and the factors there are ones that you know about: transport and 3 waters, a little bit of consenting volumes in there, but nonetheless, in a difficult year, we're still achieving what we set out to do with our services. Capital projects, key projects being delivered to target. A little bit less with the non-key projects. There are factors there that you know about around supply chains, labour, skill shortages. All of these are underpinned by the more detailed finance and capital project reports to come. At an overview, capital planning, we have achieved our goals around the next few years, but when you get out to 25, 26, we're a little bit shorter there, but that was always going to be a stretch. That's a long way out. 77% is still pretty good in the context of 3 years out. Operational budgets, there's a small surplus there, which Russell will talk to in a moment. And of course, we're not quite delivering the capital program to budget because of those non-key projects. That's likely to remain, those numbers that you're seeing there are likely to remain consistent, I'd say, through to the end of the year now. So that's a very quick overview. Rather than labour the point, because you've seen a lot of these before, I'm happy to field questions at this point.
Thank you, Peter, for that. And it's always good to set the scene before we move through to the finance and capital. Yep. Does anyone have any questions at a high level on this one for Peter? Oh, Yanni?
Probably the, just on page 24, just concern over the building regulation, that the planned additional resource has been put on hold due to potential financial constraints. This is the audit building warranted fitness to ensure public safety and confidence. I'm just mindful of what's happened up in Wellington and what has come out around their council not doing what they should have been doing. So, the remedial actions got resolve the financial constraints and proceed with providing additional resources required. So, can I just be really clear? We will get back on track with the audit targets, and we have provided additional resource, and that is now no longer being put on hold because of financial constraints.
Look, I don't have the deep detail of it, but the signal there from the head of is that they're working with their finance people to achieve that. I can't undertake on their behalf that they're going to be successful or when they're going to be successful, okay, but I can come back to you with what their position is.
Can I get some advice for the draft annual plan? Because I mean, we should all be really mindful of what's happened up in Wellington.
Yeah, so I think
it's to mitigate the risk of that happening here, it is important.
No, you've definitely made the point, Yanni. And I think, we had some information circulated last week on it, and I don't think Mary's in the room. She was here. But a lot of it is cost recovery, so it's not so much an internal financial result because we charge them for the warrants of fitness and that. It's actually staffing issues. But yeah, is that okay, Peter, to take away and circulate some advice? Yeah, perfect. Any other questions on this one? No, that's a good question too, Yanni. Thanks for raising it. Okay, so Yanni, you're happy to move this? Great. And Mel's happy to second it. Any discussion? All in favour? Against? That's carried. Thank you very much. Thanks, Peter. Okay, Russell, do you want to come up for the financial report? It's always good when you're coming up with a surplus. So, do you want to talk us through it?
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. I'll just point out that I am the deliverer of the message, not the creator of the surplus.
Yeah. Oh, no, don't worry. I'll compliment you today, but when you bring in a deficit, you'll get that.
Thank you. So, yes, I say good morning. So this is the April position, which seems quite a wee way away now. But so for the end of April, we were trading at a position of $14 million ahead of budget. And the forecast, which is an increase, was up to $1.7 million at year end. So just with the surplus for year to date, so income or revenues were up 14 million, and expenditure was up about revenues were up 15.9 million, and expenditure was up by about 1.3. So the main drivers for that, and it's pretty consistent throughout the year. Higher interest revenues, it's because of the OCR and interest generally is higher. Higher subvention receipts that we've received, about $2.3 million. Rates revenues, so that's the growth, the rating based growth that we've received additional revenues there. Higher trans waste dividend, and also we got that a bit early. Rec and sport revenues there are higher than forecast, and also in higher building consent volumes, we got some additional revenue there, but that's offset. Well, I'll come to that. I guess in the going the opposite way, resource consents, that's down almost $1 million year to date. Three Waters, lower excess water revenues coming through, and Burwood landfill revenues are also down. And in the table, we've got better off funding, so that's just a timing for that. So on the expenditure side, which I say is $1.3 million higher than budget. Debt servicing costs are up about $4 million, so that's largely offsets the higher interest revenues we've received. Three Waters have got higher maintenance costs, and as I've outlined before, lower capitalisation of staff. We've had in some areas lots of more than budgeted leave, so that means that the capitalisation of that is suffered. Building consents, additional resourcing required to match that and to be up to meet target. So then like I say, that's driving the variance for year to date, so the $14 million. So part of what we've been doing as a team is just going through and making sure, particularly in the CapEx versus OpEx space, making sure that that's correct. And so that's one of the main drivers for the increased year-end position or year-end forecast, which is up by about $1.4 million. The majority of that was about $900,000 was relating back to the July storm, where in the roading area we'd put that down to OpEx, and it turns out that actually was better reclassified as capital, so that's the main reason for that driver. Certainly there's been high revenues in rec and sport and lower staff costs in citizens and community as well.
Russell, Don,
Sorry, yep.
Sorry, Don, can you please go and sit down the back? It's really difficult for us to hear when you're talking. Sorry, Russell.
That's okay, thank you. So moving into the capital space, currently we are sitting at a total spend of just over $412 million. So the forecast for year end is it will be underspent in capital space by about 27.4. So there's two parts to this. So the core program will be underspent by about, at this stage, we're saying just under $80 million. That's offset significantly by the extra spend in the Takaha project by about $52 million. So the net is $27 million underspend. Just quickly going through the other aspects, Treasury policy compliance, everything is in order, so the interest rate risks, the table sets where that is. We're currently sitting at 4.9%. So we mitigate the changes in the OCR, or expected changes in the OCR, by through hedging, by going ahead and sort of using best judgment as where that'll move. And the recent change from 5.25 to 5.5, we pretty much locked that in, so we were in a strong position for that. Rates debt, last section in the report, just stating that there's been a decrease. So this report, should have been here last month, but we had some technical difficulties, so apologies for the lateness, but it's here for this one. So it's at the end of April as opposed to March. So a decrease in overall rates debt, and you'll see that the tracking is in line with similar reports previously. So that's still a pretty high-level review. Look, I'm happy to take any questions, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you. That's always a really comprehensive report. I just wondered if you could just talk me through a bit more. Yep. So 7.4, we got the council borrowing requirements as we look through 24, 25, 26. I mean, there'll obviously be Takaha as a large part of that. But also, am I right in thinking that as we go into the LTP, depending on, I'm just thinking what we've done with the capital program this year in terms of the pushing it out, that actually will be doing the same thing. So we may see that borrowing decrease in that period of time.
So we'd certainly be reviewing it. We will review it continually, what we need compared to what the capital program required. So if we're reshaping the capital program, then yes, that would be reviewed as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Is that?
Yeah. So this is based on our projections based on the annual plan where we got to, and as we know, we pushed the capital program out in line with the LTP. So you did right. As we go through the LTP process, if we do push more, the total capital program, that will come down.
Yep. Okay, great. Thank you for that. Any questions on this one, Yanni?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit similar. I guess I'm just concerned. I was just trying to understand the Te Kaha budget in terms of what the government's contributed, understanding that their costs were coming first. Do you know how much of that government funding's been expended to date? And what the forecast is? I think we've heard it's going to be the end of this calendar year that our money.
So tomorrow when we do the annual plan public briefing, you'll see the impact on the rates of having to bring forward some of our money because we're ahead of budget in terms of what we've always, the plan was we were to use theirs first.
I guess the concern is that we're going to be borrowing a huge amount of money extra than we anticipated at the peak of the interest rates, and I know we don't have a crystal ball, and obviously they may go up. So how do we sort of mitigate that risk of having unexpected borrowing at very high interest rates in the short term?
The other thing too, it's the balance, right? So one of the reasons why Te Kaha is spending more is to actually ensure that they get ahead of the game, right, in regards to managing the supply chain risk, so that actually they can deliver. So it is it's no different to as we push things out, so we don't have to borrow when we need to. So we do have to manage that as we are going. But the alternative is that we don't continue doing that, and your stadium gets delayed. So we need to work through that.
The other point, that 7.5 is quite useful that Russell's put in there around the average cost of funding over the period of time. And I guess, and I'm not an economist, but I would have thought that if we've seen the OCR peak like they're talking about, that actually the longer term rates will start to fall back as well. And we don't borrow year on year. We always hedge and go longer term. But really good question to raise. Does anyone else have?
Why is our money coming in now before the Crown's used?
It's not before Crown's money, so Crown's money is being used first, but it's just because that the expenditure is going earlier, their money's running out first, so our money, which comes in behind, has to start being spent earlier.
So we would expect this again next year as well.
And the other, we'll see that in the annual plan, you'll see where that is, but what that does mean is, so yes, we borrow earlier, but then in 25-26, the rates come down quicker. Yeah, okay, so it's just no more extra cost, it's just timing of it.
Yeah, so would we expect that rate peak to come earlier rather than when we had projected?
Correct, exactly right, yeah.
So
and we'll explain that in the public annual plan meeting tomorrow.
Be good. Yeah,
cool.
Yeah,
good question. Aaron.
Yeah, just on that stadium, there is some rumours floating around in the public domain that the budget's blown out on the stadium. Is that true? And can we confirm in the public domain that it is still on track and on budget?
We might get Mary to answer that. I was going to say even better, but that I don't mean that, Mary. But
I mean, no, totally false. We're on program, slightly ahead of program, in fact, and on budget. So no truth to the rumours at all.
Fantastic, thank you. That's great.
Hence the question of why we're bringing money forward.
Correct.
Okay, any other questions on this one? Yanni?
I appreciate the 6.1 where you've got Te Kaha and Parakiori as a line item. I just wonder whether it would be useful given the kind of difference in those two projects. One's proceeding really well, the other's quite delayed. And, I think maybe the stadium's going to open ahead of Parakiori at this rate. So can we get those separated out? Because it seems to me like one of the financial things that you're probably doing, but it's a bit hard to get visibility, is if the stadium's costing more earlier, Parakiori's costing less now.
It's not costing more earlier, it's the timing of the spend.
But I think the principle's absolutely right, and I do agree. I had this noted and I wanted that separated because one's going extremely well and the other's not ours.
Well, that's fine. And I suspect, so I suspect what we'll probably see is not much movement in Parakiori in terms of our contribution is capped. But you're right, it's the drawdown of that. So we can do that. Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah, definitely not land movement. Okay, any...
It is actually listed on page 48, the split.
48.
I think what they're wanting it is in 6.1 in the summary breakdown.
It's a capital report, yeah, versus the finance report.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're not saying that. We're saying we'd like it in this report. Great. Okay. Any other questions on this? No? So I'm happy to move it. Tim's happy to second it. Any discussion? All in favour? Against? That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Andrew, do you want to come up for the capital report?
Morena, good morning. So this is the April report, as the other guys have said. Seems like a wee while away at this stage of the game, at the end of May. So just starting with the PMO forecast staying at 390, I think Russell explained that really well in terms of the differences between the total program and the core capital. So our 390s relative to the core capital program, excluding Te Kaha. There just wasn't quite enough movement in April for us to amend that any further from that forecast that we've held for a while. So we'll hold it there for the year end, which is closing in rapidly, as you know. Just briskly, some of the major facilities going pretty well, as we've just been talking about. Te Kaha ahead of program, as Mark's just confirmed, and the Matatiki and performing arts, especially performing arts, you can see things cracking on well on site there. So they're going pretty well. In terms of the risks, just drawing out a couple of points there. You know, we've talked a lot about supply chains and labour markets and all those sorts of things over the last year or so. There is some sort of signs of easing in some respects on those things, with our New Zealand's net migration sort of turning the corner and getting into the positive territory. I guess in time, hopefully that does ease up a bit on the labour side of things. I've referenced a report there. I think the procurement team have referenced this in some other reporting too. It's called EBOS. It's an industry group, sort of research group that looks particularly in the residential and commercial market, and they're reporting from their suppliers and contractors definite easing in international supply chains particularly. But there is still some tightness around the domestic supply chain. So we're kind of not out of the woods yet, but maybe there's a few little signs of things improving into the future. The Cyclone Gabriel I've had in there as a risk for a little while. That's not helping with the domestic supply chains and freight around the country, and as you've heard here and there, putting quite a bit of pressure on organisations like Kiwi Rail. And that's perhaps having a bit of a knock-on effect to us and some of the project challenges we've had around transport because of their sort of constraints and resources and efforts and focus that they're maybe looking elsewhere. I just wanted to draw attention to our watch lists. Two things there quickly. In the watch lists, you'll recognise that on each of those watch list projects we do record the actuals. So when you're talking about Te Kaha before, there's an actual spend there to the end of April to record that. What I've also included after a discussion with the chair and the deputy, we developed some improved reporting around CRAF and SURF projects and the programs there, and I shared that with Sam and Mel recently, and they were quite keen for me to include it in this report. So it's a mock-up of what we'll complete next month. So what I've shown you there is the sort of function and the format of it. Broadly speaking, it's outlining more clearly, and I think you'll find it a lot more helpful, the budget allocations across those programs by year. We're doing a sort of a dashboard indicator on actual spend at a program level, and then we dive a bit deeper into each of the individual projects and have some kind of traffic lights against milestones, budgets and percentage completion. So I hope that'll satisfy you in terms of a little bit more information, and we'll bring that back, I think on a quarterly basis to F&P with that extra detail to support previous queries and so forth. So that's it. Thank you. Any questions?
No, very good. Thank you. It's a really, really good report, and I appreciate you adding in that CRAF work at the end as well. Does anyone have questions on this one? Yanni.
Thanks. Thanks. I appreciate the new additional information around the CRAF and hopefully the surf ones as well. I think what's happened through this whole discussion of deferring some projects with financial budgeting changes, but actually the resource changes as well, means that it's very hard for us to understand what resources required and what the milestones are of each project. So although the financials is good, is there a way that you could show, like with the CRAF ones, for example, there's sort of like 5 main stages of progress, and approving the work in terms of the getting it to a detailed design, engagement, approval, construction, etc. So is there a way we can kind of get a bit of like a rocket ship or a kind of linear understanding of what the milestones are of each of the projects and how we're tracking towards? Because at the moment I'm getting contacted by people in the community who have got memos in the past saying things will be done, are very confused at understanding when things are actually going to be done, putting aside the changes to the budget, which is again very sort of complicated, but at least this will give us some understanding of that. But how do we show people, and Wheels to Wings is another one, a lot of the cycleways, MCRs, others.
So it's either are you focusing on CRAF at the moment, or are you going?
Well, it's kind of like with the transport ones, given we've had a whole bunch of deferral because we don't have the resource to do the work.
Yep.
How do we ensure that the things that we've agreed to do are tracking against the key milestones? And if you look at CRAF, for example, on the watch list, we're kind of told that it's green lit, but actually it's not. It's already delayed a year.
So hang on. So are you looking at page 89?
Yeah. So I'm looking at the 2 pages. So I'm looking at page 88, and then looking at page 89 and 90. And as I said, the financial stuff's good. You can kind of see what's happening. In terms of project delivery milestones, though, I'm just asking if there's a better way in which we can understand what the upcoming milestone dates are and if they're being met or not. So, when is detailed design
So I
due?
guess to put it a different way, Andrew, I hear completely what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think what you're saying is, at what point, if something went off the rails, would it be triggered in this report?
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of asking for a level of detail on any one particular project at any given time that this monthly reporting format doesn't really support unless you have endless appendices to it.
Yeah.
So
I think
you've got to bring it up to a level, and then on a case-by-case basis, I think it's maybe by question you can dive into something.
No, I guess what I'm saying, and I'm probably not explaining it well, is because I get what you're saying, Yanni, but it's a lot of detail into this report. What I'm wondering is if there is an issue with the project delivery milestone in terms of looking at the hard and fast dates, at what point does that trigger it to go from green to red, so to speak?
Sure. Yes.
So I mean, I think that's really all we need at our level is if the milestones aren't being met, the costs begin to go out, or the milestones aren't met in terms of those key deliverables.
So if
can I just get a question first?
Yeah.
Answer from the staff.
Yeah, so on if you look at page 90 with the when you get into the detail projects on CRAF, there's a little key down the bottom right that talks about the traffic light sensitivity, and for time, if it's various variances from the baseline will trigger a green, orange, or red traffic light, and if it's on budget, it's green. If it's overspend for a forecast, it's red, and if it's under, it's amber. So there's a sort of a trigger there, which could lead to further questioning. It's trying to flush out those exceptions at that sort of level.
Yeah.
Great, Tyrone.
Got it. Just on page 82, the Littleton Harbour wastewater scheme. When does the defects liability period end, and what are the? I mean, can we just go into the detail of that a little bit more, just to sort of, is there anything we need to be concerned about, or?
Is there someone from Three Waters? So what it's saying is practical completion was issued in late April, so that means there'll be a defects liability period. Yep. I don't know the term of that. a contract like that.
If
Oh, sorry,
I can have a look at
Brent,
that,
maybe Brent can
councillor,
answer.
and get some information to you
just
as to what the detail is.
heads up if there's anything I need to know. Yep,
Sure.
cool. Thanks, Brett. Cheers.
Cool. Any other questions on this? Yanni?
Just to be clear, in terms of the CRAF projects that we've got and the SURF ones around the budget, because you're now saying that there's a CRAF surplus. This is on page 87. Program now consists of 5 projects. 3 of the projects originally in this program are being funded by SURF. That's different to the advice that we were given when we signed up to the SURF, that any projects that were currently funded on our budget weren't eligible. But now that you've got a budget surplus in the program, do you know when the estimates for the 5 are likely to be known and what the process is around reallocation?
Is that a Lynette question?
Can you...
Sorry, I don't know how to work the machine. I don't actually understand what the councillor's asking, sorry.
So when we initially agreed to the SURF projects, we were advised in the report that we were unable to use the SURF funding towards projects we already had funded on budget that were CRAF, NLTP, I think, or Streets for People. Now, projects from the CRAF have been taken off the CRAF program and put into SURF. So I was, struggling to understand how that could happen. But given that that's happened, it says that there'll be a budget surplus now in the CRAF program. Yes. So what I'm trying to understand is what is the process, like when are we likely to know?
Stop there. I think.
So there are a number of projects where, say, Te Aratai College, for example, the cycleways, where the SURF project has extended that project, it's being delivered as part of the SURF. If it is being done like that and is not being delivered through the CRAF program, then we are going back to the boards to agree the next priority that will be taken with the boards and it will be going on program for the CRAF program. So exactly the same process that we've been through, and we've discussed this with all of the boards, including the councillors' board recently.
So hang on. So just so I'm clear though, that won't hold up any of the other projects, will it?
No.
Great.
Everything else will keep going.
Yep.
So, but when will we know what the cost estimates are for the CRAF and what's the process to redistribute the budget surplus?
As soon as we know and we can come back and brief you, we will get on and do that.
So unless I've missed something, and correct me if I'm wrong, what you've effectively said is if there are projects in SURF that there's more value that can be added through that, you'll take them out of CRAF, fund them from SURF, but then the leftover money in CRAF, you will then go back to the boards and go, these priorities.
These are the next priorities that you had on your list.
Yep.
Do you want to continue with them? Get a yes or no. It should be as simple as a yes or no.
Yep.
And we'll move forward.
And that doesn't slow down any of the other projects.
No.
Cool. Okay, so I think we're done on that. Is there any other questions? No? All right, I'm happy to move the report. Aaron's happy to second it. Is there any discussion? All in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. That's great. Thanks, Andrew, for that. Really good report. Okay, we might... 10:30. Perfect. We might go now into the residents' survey. So we got Kath here and Peter is there too. And Lynn as well. Great, so I know you've got a presentation. Do you want to talk us through it? Take as much time as you need because it's pretty important.
Thank you.
Right, good morning, back again. I think most of you know Kath Jameson, who heads up the monitoring and research team. She'll be talking to the bulk of the technical data this morning. Just a few slides to kick things off. This will contain both what we've heard from residents, but also some of the steps we're taking in response to that. It's early days, the data's fairly new, so those responses, this is just a starting position on how we're going to be tackling that. Some of these results do affect levels of service target achievement. From memory, while there are some ups and there's some downs, they net out to about neutral. So the impact of the resident survey doesn't really change our level of service achievement overall. Kath will take you through those areas of highest satisfaction with council, as well as those where there's more focus needed. the overall satisfaction figure, and the reputation and trust questions. This is a major part of our performance framework. Of course, we measure objective things, quantity, quality, turnaround time, responsiveness to our customers. All those scientific measures do have a place, but so do subjective views from our customers, from our community. And that's one of the reasons why these form part of our levels of service and performance framework. There are two types of survey. The general satisfaction surveys for things that virtually everybody in the city uses, like roads and water. Their views on that will be informed because they are familiar with what we do. The point of contact surveys are more for specific services that not everybody uses. So asking an elderly lady about our marinas, for example, may not have a lot of point to it. So what we do is we go to people who've just experienced that service and say to them, look, you've just done that. We'd like to know what you thought of how we did. So two different tools for two different purposes. These are also boosted by Life in Christchurch. I should just go back and just briefly say, look, this survey's been running now for at least 15, 17 years that I know of. It's, I believe, the largest survey run in Christchurch. So it's a pretty good understanding across our demographics and geography of what people are thinking out there. We ask different people each time. There's a process to make sure we're not repeating ourselves with frequent flyers, so to speak. So they're fresh people every time we run the survey. Now, context, yeah, look, there may be some unusual factors. There are, I guess, unusual factors almost every time we run this thing. But we do have some one-offs this year. The reform programs are definitely an unusual factor in what we do. And perhaps also in the public imagination. Around Three Waters is a significant thing in the public mind. COVID's still out there, whether it's people having their second or third rounds or simply impacts on our supply chains. And there are some things that happen out of the blue. We've had 2 wet summers in a row. That's obviously impacted areas like parks where anybody who's looking at their own yard will know it just keeps coming right late into the year. So there's some issues in there to be considered in terms of some of the results. I think I might hand over at this point.
Sure. So we're presenting to you the resident survey results today. This is part of our continuous improvement, really focusing on our residents, what they're telling us about the services that they receive, and also identifying what are the things that we can do to improve their experience and their levels of satisfaction. So I'm not going to go through the detail of every single service, obviously. You did receive in November of last year an update on our continuous improvement process and the initiatives that were taken as a result of last year's survey. There will be an opportunity as part of the co-development of the long-term plan from July onwards to really zero in on individual services and understand where heads of service are aiming to continue to enhance their service. But in the interim, what I'll do today is simply highlight a few of the initiatives to try and improve and enhance that service delivery. So here you've got some categories of the areas that we're working on. One at the forefront is communication and engagement. That has been an area identified in the survey for a number of years. And just as recently as last week, you heard from the heads of service, Katie McRae, on some of the initiatives we are taking, with the very helpful input from the Councillor Engagement Working Party last year. And this is an ongoing area of focus. We need to lift our game in terms of engaging with our residents and improving understanding and their ability to engage with council processes. As Peter said, we're also focusing on those levels of service and how we can better deliver to those in the coming years. You heard from the head of parks the other day about alternative ways of addressing those services. So what I'm indicating is each of the heads of service has a plan and is looking to move and enhance that service as they're during the normal course of business. We're also working closely with partners. This is an area where the community has given us feedback that we do really well. And what we'd like to do is build on that and ensure that we're continuing to partner and collaborate with community groups, with mana whenua, with ECAN, and with others in our community, because together we definitely can do better. Just moving on to some more specifics, and I'll just highlight a couple. For example, in relation to road and footpath maintenance and resurfacing, as you're aware, there's been $2 million allocated in the forthcoming annual plan to ensure that the roving footpath maintenance crews are able to be put in place. And this is a really specific initiative designed to address some specific feedback from our residents. Likewise, in relation to the engagement action plan, the head of service will be coming to you within the next 2 weeks with some examples of what we can do differently to improve our engagement with youth, with multicultural communities, and with people with disabilities in particular, to help them engage with council processes, because typically we have not got as much engagement from those groups of people. So I will leave it there. As you can see, there are a number of different initiatives to improve. I'll then move over to inviting Kath to share with us the survey results for this year.
So in terms of levels of service target achievement, more services met their targets this year than last. So 75%, 3/4 of the levels of service that relate to resident satisfaction met their targets, and 1/4 didn't. And the ones that didn't tend to be mainly maintenance-related service targets. There's a bit of a disconnect between target performance and overall satisfaction. The lines at the top are the overall satisfaction score across the last few years, and the bars are our service performance. So you can see that there is a bit of a disconnect there, but we set more realistic targets, but resident expectations are not necessarily aligned as closely to that, especially in relation to value for money spent. Higher satisfaction services, so these are the ones that scored 85% or more satisfaction. And they are similar services to the ones that scored high satisfaction last year. So we've got the walk-in and phone customer service, so that's where people have direct interaction with staff. Libraries, Botanic Gardens in Mona Vale, cemetery administration services, Hagley Park, recreation and sport facilities, and support, and then education programs and community events. So success is closely tied to those resident interactions with the council, especially around staff manner and support, and where people perceive we listen to people, where we have good maintenance, where we provide reliable services, and where we have community partnerships. And the areas that are best delivered by the council. So these were the same as over the last 2 years. Curbside waste is still the best service, and people see that generally as a good service. The 3-bin system is appreciated, it's reliable and efficient, and people are talking about the bin app being really helpful. Parks and reserves, people see these as well presented and maintained. They keep the city looking nice, and people appreciate the open spaces. Service satisfaction trends since last year. Services that saw satisfaction improvements of 5% or more. More services improved their satisfaction scores compared to last year, and those that are scoring 5% or more improvement since last year. Cemeteries, presentation, external communications, water supply quality, on-street parking, community events, community parks, parks heritage buildings, events and festivals generally in terms of the range that we provide, promotion around things that are happening in the city, and curbside recycling. Services that saw a 5% decline in satisfaction or more, event support, regional park recreation and ecological experiences and presentation, resource consenting, off-street parking safety, and the bus interchange and hubs. So lower satisfaction services, so these are the ones that score under 50% satisfaction. So again, similar to last year, decision making around people feeling that they've had a say and that our processes are easy to use, and their understanding of and influence over decision making and decisions that are made that are in the best interests of the city. Stormwater drainage is still an issue, as is road and footpath condition. And these are closely tied to customer service issues as well, and expectation management, people feeling that we're not listening. We're prioritising the nice to haves at the expense of the core services, inaccurate or insufficient information and advice provided to people, asset maintenance issues, perceptions of safety, and expectations not necessarily matching the delivery cost realities. So the areas that the council most needs to improve, roading is still the area that's most needing improvement, and that's been the case for many years now, including before the earthquakes. So that's around uneven surfaces of the roads and potholes not being fixed, that we don't promptly repair things, and that we're doing ongoing patch repairs, the disruption caused by roadworks, cycle lanes at the expense of other roading issues, and the impact that has on traffic flows and parking. And as I said, that was the same pretty much as last year. And then council decision making and financial management. So the disapproval around our spending decisions, people feeling that we're not listening to resident needs and priorities. So overall organisation service performance, dissatisfaction is down compared to last year. But overall satisfaction hasn't really shifted. It's consistent with last year on 43%. We asked people the reasons why they gave the satisfaction score that they did. And of those who are satisfied, people see councillors doing a good job and more are happy with the services provided compared to last year. Dissatisfaction, we've got quite a few more comments on that. Unhappiness with the roads and road maintenance still sits up there as a high rating one, and as we were talking about earlier, disapproval of council spending. And those less likely to be satisfied, Pacific peoples, Maori, those aged 25 to 49 years, and those aged 50 to 64 years. Reputation and trust. So these are some new questions that we've added in this year. So there are 14 measures of reputation and trust, and they remain a real challenge for us. The average positive rating was 28%, and the average very positive rating was only 4%. Average negative rating, 38%, very negative, 13%. So as I said, a real challenge there. And if we look at the things that make up the reputation and trust ratings there, the lower scoring ones were council making wise spending decision, value for ratepayers' money, and council communicating clearly how people's views have informed decisions. And what I would say is that these results, where these sorts of questions are asked by other bigger councils, are not too dissimilar, and some of our scores are a little better, some not so great. So just some concluding observations, some mixed results, but some notable improvements. More services are meeting their targets, more improve their satisfaction scores. However, our overall satisfaction hasn't increased, but we've seen a decrease in dissatisfaction and greater happiness with services provided. Reputation and trust remain a challenge. We're lagging behind improvements in some areas and services. Resident concerns are impacting perceptions of the organisation as a whole. Residents are continuing to expect more of the council, particularly around key infrastructure delivery. They're judging us poorly on how we're making spending decisions and on our ability to demonstrate how our decisions have taken their views and priorities into account. We've got some improvement areas, but we're basically, such as roads, where these are areas that require significant expenditure to address. So we've got some issues managing people's expectations versus what we've actually got available to actually deliver on these things. So that's...
Thank you. That was a very comprehensive presentation. I think it was useful to spend the time going through it today, given the significance. We've definitely got questions, I'm sure. I just had one around the water supply. And so I think, and I don't know on what slide it was, Kath, but it was one where it had like 24% was roading, 6% was footpaths, and I think water supply was about 8%, 9%. So how will that, if we're thinking about this for next year, because I imagine that a large part of the disgruntlement there is around chlorination in the water, and now with the regulation, I guess what I'm trying to get to is, if we have no say in it, can that number change next year, or are we still going to get bad feedback on something we have no control over?
I think it's going to be an issue of communication and managing people's understanding of what's happened here. I mean, the reality is people are probably still going to mention chlorination of the water because it's a really significant issue for people here and people don't like it. So I think we can explain the fact that we don't have a say, but I suspect people will still choose to demonstrate their dissatisfaction with things like odour and taste.
So maybe to put it a different way, does the survey just capture what's in our control, or is it external factors as well?
So it measures targets that are in our long-term plan.
Yep.
So we'll go into year 3 this year now. So in the next coming survey, the questions will still reflect things like odour and taste, but we have the opportunity, I suppose, in the new LTP, if we feel that issues to do with that are not within our control, that we may choose to look at changing perhaps some of the focus of the questions to things that are more...
Well, I guess, because I'm kind of, I guess I see the value in it. Like, I think it's a brilliant survey, and it reflects the fact people aren't happy with roading and footpath and the like, and sometimes the way we spend money. But you kind of go, actually, if we can't control the water supply issues, then aren't we just going to continually beat ourselves up if we're measuring against a target that government won't listen to us on?
So maybe collect the data but put a filter on the response so it doesn't end up as a statistic against us.
Yeah, so I'll go here and then here, yeah. You go.
Just in terms of the activity plans which we're working on at the moment, part of that is reviewing the levels of service, and we're looking at especially the Three Waters ones in terms of what's going to be appropriate after the new entity comes into effect, but also the things that we don't have control over. So you're absolutely right. We need to look at it.
That's really useful. So I've got Sarah, Vic, Tim, Yanni.
Kia ora, thanks so much. The information is really comprehensive. I'm interested in the reputation and trust measures, and so that slide. It's a really interesting one because we have two councils, if you like. We have an elected council and we have the council organisation. Do you think that people differentiate between the two, particularly when they're answering things? I don't know if you get a flavour of sort of any sort of words and things that come through. Some of it specifically mentions mayors and councillors, but I think that there's a bit of overlap there.
I think there is overlap. I think people, generally speaking, see the council and probably do combine us together in terms of the staff and elected representatives. We do ask specifically in this one, in these questions about mayor and councillors and then staff doing a good job. So, you know, we can get those results broken down. But generally speaking, across a lot of the resident survey, people don't necessarily separate it out. They don't even necessarily separate out different units within the council. They just see the council.
Yeah. So, and because you look at the one where, you know, the council understands the needs of residents and what they care about, and actually there's probably two quite different parts if you looked at the elected members and looked at the organisation. Yeah, it's just interesting. Thanks.
Oh, thank you for that. Thank you for that, raising that, Sarah. I think it's a really important point.
My comment is around the expectation and reality that is really out of whack, completely out of whack. Surely this is nothing new. This has been going on for some time, and yet we haven't been able to turn those stats around really, or influence that in any way. So I'm really keen to understand what is it specifically that we will be doing differently to try and alter that.
Maybe I could jump in there. Look, it seems to vary a lot from service to service. I mean, the expectations and reality around waste or the libraries or parks seem pretty well aligned, and people are pretty happy with it. Roading is a good example of the expectations and the reality. How many years it will take to get our roads back to pre-quake levels is probably not well understood out in the community, or even the fact that we can't fix all the roads in 1 year. If we did, you wouldn't be able to travel on any of the main arterials. So yeah, for certain services there is a dissonance between what people expect and maybe what we can afford or what we can actually deliver in a post-COVID environment. And so I think there's already been some discussion there about the communications challenge, to break that down for people in a way they can actually grasp the nature of the problem and the logistics of the problem and also the financials around the problem. I mean, if we were to try, for example, an absurd argument, if we tried to fix all the roads in Christchurch in 1 year, not only would the logistics be very tough, but the cost would be tough as well.
Thanks, Peter. I understand it's pretty challenging. Thanks for clarifying that.
Yeah, thank you. It's an interesting with things that we're doing best and things that we need to improve, because in parks and rec, so it's number 2 on the we're doing best, but it's about number 8th on the worst. So, and you go from 15% to 4%. So it'll be really good, because I know that Andrea and myself have sports clubs which are unsatisfied at the moment. So it'd be really good to sit down with those teams and work out how this and what this is and what's it. Because if you look at parks overall, people go to Botanic Gardens and Hagley Park and they love it, but they may not go to their local park and feel the same joy. So I think that would be really good to understand a bit better.
And I think some of what it shows is that people have different views. I mean, some people think the roads are great. Some people think the parks are brilliant, all of them, and others think they're terrible. You're just getting, because we survey so many people, a lot of diverse views on this. And I suppose that then comes back to why we have challenges around people seeing that our spending decisions may not be wise, or that we're not focusing on their priorities, because there are different priorities that people have, and we're probably never going to satisfy everyone around these things.
And I apologise, I've only kind of looked over the top of it, because it's a huge amount of work you guys have done, and it's absolutely outstanding. It really is. I do agree with Sam. But when we break it down, have we surveyed separately sports versus other recreation, and then have we looked at different types of sports and seasonal, etc.?
Yeah, we do. We get a list of the various sports clubs and people, and then we have interviewers who go out to sports grounds and people who live around them. So we do a wide range of surveying.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, given the feedback that we've had, is there any proposal to change the capital program or the operational program to respond to the key concerns that residents are raising through the survey?
At a process level, we supply these results to heads of service as part of building their activity plans and their levels of service. And that has always been the case in every LTP. So this information is front and centre for the heads of when they build the plans that they're bringing to you. And in those plans, you'll see, for example, a level of service around maintenance or parks or libraries with its history, with its past performance, where it's trending, and that should help you understand where you should set your goals now when those presentations are made to you.
You know, the frustration is, like, if you take the key actions to address resident feedback, communication engagement with residents, and we've known that for a number of years now. You've got in the presentation factors outside of council's control include above average summer rainfall, affecting maintenance-based levels of service, the wastewater treatment plant fire impacting perceptions in affected locations. But what's and we've just heard this morning a deputation, what's frustrating people is that we develop a plan, we don't meet the plan timelines, but we don't communicate when things go wrong. We wait for people to complain before we respond. Now, this is something that has been, on an annual basis, generally raised by some of us around this table. So when are we going to get to a point as an organisation where we actually try to be proactive around when things aren't going right, we tell people rather than wait for people to complain? Because you'll also see in here, there's a number of people complaining about the CSR system as well and how complaints are dealt with.
So I'll pick that up, Yanni. I think it's fair to say that improvements actually have been made. Have we got there yet? Absolutely not. And the example that we went through yesterday was when we didn't manage to be as proactive as we should be. But I think we're a very long way away from where we were a year ago. So I think the lessons are being learned and are gradually being refined so that we do get to a much more proactive and, I guess, empathetic response to residents, because I think that's what they need and deserve.
Is the in terms of the kind of key issues, do we have a risk register or a radar that has, you know, what the kind of top risks are, the top levels of dissatisfaction, and then how we're mitigating the risk around that perception getting worse? Because I would have thought with something like the wastewater treatment plant fire, we've already got a comms and engagement plan, we've got an interim recovery plan, that there should be documentation around, you know, here's what we do, here's how we communicate.
So there is a communications plan, and that is being relied on and refined as we go.
Move around, we can come back to you, Yanni, though. Tyrone?
Kia ora. There's something I can't quite get my head around with all of this, so I'm going to take a bit of a helicopter view. So, I mean, from what I see, like, we've got this magnificent city that is incredible to live in. It's great to get around. It's got magnificent facilities. It's a great place to bring up children. It's got wonderful buildings. It's got a great central city that people love to come to. It's vibrant.
And the question is?
Yeah, I'm getting there. So there are all these incredible things going on, and yet this, like, it's like this mass cognitive dissonance thing going on where we've got all of this stuff. So the question is, Mr. Chair, I could go on. What is and I see a lot of really hard-working people around this room who, in my view...
So there'll be an opportunity for debate. We want... seriously, I've got like 15 people that want questions.
Sorry, who are doing a great job. So is there and Peter kind of touched on it, is there some kind of bigger thing going on that you're picking up within the survey that isn't just about roads and just people's unhappiness with potholes, which is sort of increasing because of climate change and all that. So is there some kind of bigger thing? Like, are we just over it? Is it because we've had the biggest infrastructure kind of
I think problem? That's the longest question in council history. So
Yeah,
they could potentially try and give you a very succinct answer. Yeah.
So just trying to work through exactly what the question is, but
bigger. Is there something deeper to all of this than just potholes?
Well, yes, there's more to it than just potholes, but I think what has to be remembered is that this survey process focuses only on measuring levels of service targets for the council. We also do a lot of surveys that look at bigger picture issues in the city, that look at some of the things that you talked about some of the great things about living in Christchurch. And so our Life in Christchurch survey, the Quality of Life survey, actually does measure some of those issues. So we've got a lot of information that also talk about the really good things that people appreciate about living in our city.
Maybe I could just dive in very, very quickly. This isn't about whether we like Christchurch at that big level, or whether Christchurch is great or terrific, or any of those things that I think we all accept and acknowledge. It asks very specific questions about very specific services. The interesting thing for me is that even though we're asking hundreds and hundreds of people, different people, they give us the same result every year, like within sometimes 1 or 2% of the previous 1,000 people. And so you have to think, well, there's definitely something there. They love these ones consistently. They don't love these ones consistently. We probably need to hear that. But it doesn't measure any kind of aspects of mental health. It's really about services.
So
that's a very helpful answer, actually. Yeah, that's kind of what I was...
So the other thing to bear in mind is when you ask people these sorts of questions, as Katie said the other day, typically you will hear more from the people who are dissatisfied. So I think and that's not to say they are not valid views. They are absolutely valid views, and we need to put them into a continuous improvement process. But it's highly unlikely that people will say they're 100% satisfied with roads. It is very unlikely to happen. So I think that the difference between the services is significant. I think we can celebrate the fact we have so many services which are 85% and above. That is a very strong endorsement from our residents and community that we're getting a lot of things right. In addition, we do need to focus on those areas which they're saying we haven't got it right yet. And those do include roads. Some of those are legacies and some of them are because we haven't yet spent the additional money we have put on budget to address precisely what they've told us. So we are in the middle of making progress on those elements. We also have a community which is, I think, experiencing stress, as are a lot of communities, and there's quite a lot of frustration and dissatisfaction generally in communities, and some of that is being expressed here. So we need to take that on board in terms of our engagement communications processes.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer, and Mr. Chair, I appreciate you humouring me for that.
No problem. You have broken into everyone else's morning tea, so it doesn't worry me. No. Yeah. No. Very good question. Hey, just in terms of what we're going to do, because we have got externals coming in, and I'm aware there are people obviously waiting for them as well. We're going to break in 10 minutes at 11:15 for 15 minutes, and 11:30 we're going to do Christchurch NZ, CCHL, and then we're going to come back to this because I've got a list of questions, and I don't want to rush us through the resident survey. I think that would be not a good thing for the city.
Wait, sorry, just Sam, could we do CCHL first? Just mindful of, after that when we come back from the
No,
break,
so we're doing Christchurch NZ first. Yeah.
We've got externals all planned.
Yeah.
Can't we just swap around to?
No, because they're waiting.
Okay, so next up is the Mayor. You got questions? No. Oh, you're just in debate. Okay, Pauline, the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. My question is, how does this survey of ours compare to other councils around New Zealand? So because all councils have to do this, don't they? We all do them. So how do we compare?
I think we're not too dissimilar to some of the other big cities. If we're looking at, for example, the overall satisfaction score, which is one that a number of big cities have, compared to some, we're actually doing pretty well.
So it's a general, what Tyrone is pointing out, it seems to be a general kind of a response.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, thank you. That's really interesting. Good to know.
Tyler. Yep.
Kia ora. I've got a couple of quick questions. One of them is around the levels of service, and I saw that Māori and Pasifika people are significantly less happy with the services that are given. That's page 18 on the report, page 113 on the agenda. Out of those services, we have 17 total services. The New Zealand Europeans are out of 11 out of 6 they're quite happy with. But when you see Māori and Pasifika, it's around 5 or 6. Can you talk to me about the other services that they're not happy with, just in broadness? Because that's a bit of a standout for me.
I would need to look in more detail at that. I don't have that directly in front of me, so I can get back to you on that.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'd love to take that offline. And the second question is around the council stuff. I noticed that the Treaty of Waitangi was number 1 in satisfaction rates. Can you tell me, do you have a breakdown on what ethnicities gave positive feedback on that?
Yes, I do. Probably not surprisingly, Māori were least likely to agree with that.
Yep.
people of Asian ethnicities most likely to agree with it.
Okay.
And a bit of a mix in between for other ethnicities.
Okay, I just didn't want that to steer the direction or mislead council on their obligations with the treaty. Just wanted that to just be flagged. Kia ora, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One quick, I guess, thought on this is there's an elephant in the room there in roading, and I'm gathering for us to try and turn that one around. It's going to take some focus in our LTP. Would that be right, Peter?
Yes.
Yeah. And then I guess on another thought, I was just looking at some of the breakdown of the by ward participation, and I noticed Hornby was incredibly low. Is there a reason for that? Do you know?
Yeah.
Oh, gee, thanks. Thank you.
I don't have any specific reasons at this stage. I mean, as I've said to you before, around those ward ones, they were in there as sort of indicative information because ward boundaries have changed slightly too. So we've just got to be a bit careful with what we look at there. But I thought I would provide it to you so that you could see, generally speaking, what the story is.
Thank you. Certainly a focus for Hornby Ward to get the game up.
Thank you. And now I've got Kelly. I've got Sarah and Victoria, but I want to go around everyone first and then come back to those that. So Kelly. Yep.
Me?
Yep.
Thanks for that. It's fantastic to get that type of information. Have you considered asking residents in the survey whether they've actually contacted an elected official to speak about the issues that bother them? Given that I find that a lot of the people that contact me are a lot happier after they've had a discussion with me, and perhaps I've explained the situation, given them more information than they knew. That seems to alleviate the issue for them in a number of areas. So, have you considered that?
One of the surveys, for example, does survey people who have been governance users. So governance service users. So we do survey those people who have done deputations and made presentations, but we don't necessarily ask specifically if they've directly contacted individual councillors.
Because I think that would be a really good thing to understand. You know, like you have a complaint, who have you told, rather than an anonymous thing? Who have you spoken to about it? Put your money where your mouth is, so to speak.
Yeah.
Seek information.
One thing I would point out for the general satisfaction survey, people's lives are pretty quick now, and the GSS is about 25-minute survey.
Mm-hmm.
So finding 1,000 people prepared to spend 25 minutes who you haven't spoken to before is actually getting harder and harder in today's world.
Sure.
So we're pretty careful to manage how many questions go in, because the I'll participate versus no, that's too much of my time is a definite factor.
No, I get your point, Peter, but I would have thought that a little tick box saying, have you contacted an elected official about this, would give us some really good data.
Understood.
Yeah.
Great, thanks, Kelly. Celeste.
This might be a little bit similar to Tyrone's question, but if we look at and I'll keep it quicker, but if we look at the sort of general trend from 7, and then 2019 we were holding pretty strong, and then there's quite a strong drop-off, and I do realise that there are things outside of our control, but that's, you know, the conditions of the road, things like that are sort of fairly, I'd say, steady from post-earthquake periods. We probably had an uplift, yet we've got quite a significant drop-off. Are we able to sort of pinpoint things that are sort of outside our control versus the kind of where we're tracking within our control, broadly speaking? So sort of, what are the trends? So for example, some of those things could be, how are community boards resourced? You know, are we providing an opportunity for residents to engage with their elected members? You know, are there things that we can sort of look to outside of what we're measuring in terms of level of service? Because it seems to me that, you know,
so this question is becoming like Tyrone, so if you get to the point, that would be great.
I'll leave it there.
Look, there are many factors that are leading to the results we're getting. one of the things we've already stated, which I think will be an opportunity for councillors to engage with heads of service. So each of the heads of service will get the results, including the head of community governance, John Purcell. So he will be looking at the results and identifying if there are any tweaks or changes that he would like to propose for the long-term plan. So this is where absolutely we can take on board the data, the feedback, and see whether in fact there are changes to be made to services, including resourcing, which would make a difference. But I think there also is a more general community level of, if you like, anxiety and dissatisfaction that includes things like COVID impacts, climate change, affordability issues. There are many things that are swirling in our community, and they do have an impact both at local and central government level. So I think satisfaction levels are also a function of what is happening in our community and a level of the social capital in our community not being as potentially as strong as it used to be.
And I just finally, quickly, with the community boards, we'll be working with them to identify where they want to give feedback, because they, from my perspective, they're also working at a level, grassroots level, where they will see where some of the issues are, and they might have some really useful insights.
Absolutely, we'd welcome that.
Great, so we've just hit 11:15, so what we'll do now is have a break, come back at 11:30, go through the two external papers, and then we'll get you back, because I suspect there'll be more questions and a bit of discussion. So thank you for that. So yeah, back at 11:30 for Christchurch NZ. We have got enough. 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, we've got enough to get into it. Thank you for coming along. It's, we'll hand over to you and we'll have questions at the end.
Kia ora koutou. I'm really delighted to be here today to present to you and to talk you through with Ali our third quarter results. And what a quarter it was. We were pleased to welcome our councillor directors to the board table, Jake McClellan and Victoria Henstock. The city, I think you'll all agree, was absolutely humming this last quarter. And Christchurch NZ, I would say, has had one of the busiest quarters we've ever had. So I'm going to ask Ali to not walk you, but sprint you through some of those results.
Thanks, Therese, and thank you for the opportunity to present today. Oh, I thought it was better with it all. So I've got Lauren Heafy, our GM Destination and Attraction, and Kath Carter, who is our GM for Urban Development, if you've got questions in those spaces. And I will leave time for questions, but as Therese said, I will go quite quickly. So just before I get into the quarterly details, I've just got literally 2 slides, or 3 slides, just to do an overall summary. So first of all, a reminder of our remit. Obviously, we are tasked by Council to deliver sustainable economic growth for the city, and our framework defines success as delivering improvements in Christchurch City's workforce, productivity, attractiveness and livability. And the big picture for the city's economy is similar to the previous quarter and largely positive. Unemployment is up by about 0.2%, but is still really low. And that's been driven by an increase in the size of the labour force rather than by a decline in the number of people working. The labour force has the highest participation rate in almost 5 years, and the visitor economy, as Therese mentioned, is rebounding. And I'll talk later about the impact of the return of large cruise ships, but this graph is just worth noting. It shows international visitor card spending in Lyttelton more than doubled during this year's cruise season compared to the same period in 2019, pre-COVID, when we had no large cruise ship berths. So it's a good news story there. So briefly, talking about our quarter 3 results. So this slide shows some of our achievements over the last 9 months in a little more detail. So these are year to date up to the end of quarter 3. And I'm particularly thrilled with the 3 screen productions that we've already attracted this year. And I also really want to make an acknowledgement to our business events team who ring the bell every time they attract an event to our city. Their level of service target is to attract 30 events in the year. And by the end of the third quarter, they'd already won 62 bids that are set to attract almost $40 million worth of visitor spend to the city. So that's just a great achievement. And our levels of service agreed in the long-term plan are pretty much also on track with 3 exceptions. So 2 measures we've already talked to you about. They relate to investment in and development of destination products. And as you know, we're doing a significant piece of work on a new destination management plan for Christchurch and Banks Peninsula. And we want to encourage investment and product development based on the outcomes from this important work rather than creating things that will become out of date very quickly. And the other measure that is currently looking like we won't hit is the number of businesses in the Antarctic Business Network. This network has around 73 members and it is unlikely to reach the target of 100. With limited resources, the office is focusing on stakeholder management for Christchurch-based Antarctic programs and creating commercial and scientific opportunities for the existing Antarctic network. Last comment in this slide, just looking at our finances, Christchurch NZ Holdings is tracking ahead of budget for the quarter, about 1.2 million ahead, due to some activity occurring later than anticipated. So it is a phasing issue. These activities are expected to occur in quarter 4, and so budget versus actuals will be more closely aligned by the end of the year. So let's go into some of the highlights, some of our stories. One of our biggest wins of the third quarter was, of course, the fantastic Sail GP event, the inaugural ITM New Zealand Sail GP Grand Prix on Whakaraupo, Lyttelton Harbour in mid-March. And I want to take a little time to outline some of the highlights of that. So first of all, the live site. The live site was an initiative by us to make sure that residents who had missed out on tickets to the event, which was, of course, sold out, could still enjoy the racing. and the atmosphere, and it really added some vibrancy to the central city. And as you can see from this photo, which I love, it was a huge success. We counted 4,500 people at the site over the weekend, and that doesn't include people who were queuing up to get onto the shuttle buses at Naval Point. And coming on to Naval Point, a huge part of the success of SailGP was the actual venue at Te Nukutai o Tapua, or Naval Point, and we heard from our SailGP athletes how great it was for them to be able to have their tech site and the racing venue together. So thank you for the efforts of Christchurch City Council staff, as your work will have really long-lasting community benefits, and it helped us to deliver an amazing asset for those that use the area. Events like SailGP bring people to our city. They stay at our hotels, they eat at our restaurants, and they enjoy all of our wonderful attractions, and that's really important to support our tourism and hospitality industries. So throughout March 2023, the electronic card transactions showed visitor spending in Littleton was up by nearly 14% from February to March, and Christchurch city spend was up 10%. And do take note of some of those excellent measures around pride that came for both visitors and resident pride that were associated with the event. But the best way for me to show you how great SailGP is to just play a very short video. It's much more interesting than hearing me talk, that kind of summarises some of the things that went around this incredible experience.
Fans have lined the shores of the Christchurch portside town, Littleton, for SailGP's long-awaited debut in New Zealand.
Beautiful day on the South Island. This is the hottest ticket in town as SailGP comes to New Zealand for the first time. Oh, it was an aggressive move. How are the New Zealand boat doing this? Kiwi team takes the win in race number 2. It's Canada cutting in front. A little history made in Christchurch as Phil Robertson will steer Canada to their first SailGP victory, and it comes at the ITM New Zealand Sail Grand Prix.
So it really hopefully brings it all back to you. It was such an amazing weekend. So thank you to all of you for your help in bringing that incredible event to our city. So now moving on to cruise, staying in Littleton.
Fans have lined the shores of the Christchurch portside.
So good. We'll watch it twice. So the cruise season has now completed, and it brought around 133,000 visitors to the city over the summer. We're currently at Christchurch NZ undertaking a season review, and that will include economic and social impact measures and look at recommended improvements for the 23-24 season, including public transport. However, as you can see here, early data shows that both Littleton and the city as a whole benefited economically from cruise this year. Changing tack now, I'm going to move on to urban development. This quarter saw a significant milestone achieved for our Milton Street development project. That's the bottom picture there, with the settlement of a large portion of the site for a research and office facility for a Crown Research Institute, NIWA. And we're also seeing good progress on New Brighton, regeneration project aims. So we're starting to see the fruits of many years of labour, both for residents and for businesses. People started moving into the Seaview development, that's at the top there, at the end of Q3, and we have an emerging master developer for the mall area. And with a new business and community approach to be established shortly, it really is an exciting time for New Brighton. And then finally, on the heart of the city work, the investigation phase was completed, which gave us a really robust baseline for the area and a foundation for a recommended development approach. Moving on to innovation and business growth. This quarter, we focused a lot of our energy on supporting the burgeoning Christchurch aerospace sector, including holding the first meeting of our Canterbury Aerospace Leadership Group. That includes representatives from Christchurch City Council Executive and councillors, Aerospace Christchurch, Tāwhaki, the university, etc., etc. And they, as a team, have agreed to develop a city strategy and a plan for the aerospace sector that will be led by Christchurch NZ. We were also part of the city's delegation to Australia to attend the Australian Aerospace Congress and the Avalon Trade Show, and we visited Lot 14 in Adelaide to learn about how that facility has supported aerospace sector growth in Australia. We worked with Aerospace Christchurch to arrange a visit by the Administrator and Deputy Administrator of NASA, a real pinch-me moment, I think, for many of us. And we've been supporting the planning of the upcoming Aerospace Summit scheduled for September in Tupai. And during Q3, we also profiled the aerospace sector in the press, the Star, and avenues to highlight quite how important this sector is to our city. And then I just wanted to touch on the Antarctic season, the first post-COVID full season, and that ended really successfully. We hosted a couple of civic events on board 2 Antarctic research vessels in Lyttelton. Lyttelton's got a big theme in this quarter. The Aran, which is part of the Korean programme, and the Laura Bassi, which is part of the Italian programme. And we continue to carry out significant stakeholder management with the Christchurch-based Antarctic programmes, including a city induction for Dr. Yong-Chul Park, who's the new local Korean Antarctic Office representative. And then finally, before I throw the floor open to questions, I just wanted to share the results of our latest culture survey, which was completed during Q3. Our staff engagement is at an all-time high, so the latest results are the ones at the bottom there, with a record 92% response rate. Our engagement index showed 4.09 on a scale of 1 to 5, and our leadership rating was also the highest it's ever been, with a rating of 4.21 out of 5. So we're really proud of these. Our people are our greatest asset, and I'm thrilled to see these results. It gives us a really great platform to build on as we move into another busy period in Q4. So that's it from me. I've rattled through it really quickly. We'll leave it there and open the floor to questions.
Thank you. That's really good as always. Appreciate getting the updates on what's happening around the city and what you're contributing to. The one thing that stood out for me was around having was it Deputy Director of NASA. I mean, I just Googled while we're doing it. Their budget last year was $22.6 billion. So
sensational.
If we can harness a wee bit of that, or as much of it as possible, that would
and
be
I really
huge.
believe we can.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Okay, Tyler, question.
Kia ora, I've just got one question, and I've probably asked this before when I first started, was how do you get the analytics on your visitor spend?
I'm going to ask Lauren to pick that up if that's all right, because she knows much better than me.
So it's taken from electronic card transactions and it's aggregated across the city. So we look at areas where there are large retail, hospitality and accommodation precincts, and then aggregate out the spend, because when you've got smaller regional areas, we can't do the aggregation. So that's how we get it. Because it's just card transactions, it doesn't take into account cash and online spend. So it's a metric and a measure as opposed to the absolute truth of the spend.
Okay. Yeah. Would you have an idea on the international tourists that hold cash?
There are some thinking around that, but it's sort of post-COVID, it would be a little bit different, I'd say. So no, but there would be a national benchmark for that we could probably look at. Yeah.
And that's measured in the thousands, isn't it, of transactions?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Yeah, 2 questions. First one is around screen. So I've had some feedback from a number of people in the screen industry, loving the productions that are coming to town, but hearing rumours that the fund is not going forward. Any truth to the rumours? You've probably heard the same, Ali?
I have, and I can't answer it other than to say that we will do a full review of that screen grant. I think there is little doubt that it has significant impact and traction on the industry here. And it's probably one of those funds that you need to be in for a longer term in order to be able to really deliver benefits. But we will do a full review and then put it in our long-term plan and come to you with our recommendation about whether or not we should continue it.
Yeah. And
What I can tell you is that it'll be fully exhausted this time. We will spend it all.
yeah, that's really good. And will post-production become a potential category for the funding as well?
Possibly, because I think that's a really fair question.
Yeah, okay, that's
Yeah,
good. So
yeah.
as long as it's on your radar,
Absolutely.
that's great. Now, the other one is a little bit similar to Tyler's question around the spend of cruise ship tourists and do we know what their average spend is, and do we have a target of how much money we can try and take off them? Well, that's what theme parks do. That's what concert promoters do. They all have a target. What they want to get.
Short question at the moment is we're just reviewing the spend. So you've seen preliminary data. We need to look at it across the season, do comparative analysis between Akaroa and Littleton in the past, pre-quake numbers, post-quake numbers, and then a national comparison. So that's all what we're doing at the moment. There is an average spend around cruise passengers. We think that this last season it was lower, mostly because a lot of the cruise passengers that caught cruise ships this year were taking their cancelled bookings from COVID times and doing them, so they tended to be cheaper tourists, so to speak. But that's all assumptions at the moment and not research that we've done. So once that comes out and we do the full review, we'll let you know.
Okay, and another follow-on from Tyler's one around the ones bringing money. I remember seeing a survey in the 90s, which, especially of high-end Asian tourists, most of them were leaving with over $10,000 in cash on their trips. So as a country or as a destination, we obviously weren't offering them whatever they wanted to spend their money on. Are we doing work to find out what all of these tourists want to spend their money on, and then making sure that's delivered so we can once again take
So yes, that sits within our destination management plan. So that's a longer term strategic piece of work that we're doing. But we have facilitated things like WePay, Alipay, and WeChat's transactions so that we can take different payment options from different visitors.
Brilliant. Awesome. Thank you.
Kelly.
Thank you, team. Fantastic. Given the outstanding success of Sail GP, I don't know whether I asked this once before, I'm having a deja vu here. Are you considering looking at other sailing events down the track?
So we're what we have just done is, you'll remember at the beginning of the year we came and presented to you with joint presentation with Council and VO about our overall approach to the major events ecosystem. Actually later this month or the beginning of June, we're going to run our first City Partners group, which is basically a group of all the people who are leaders in the major event space, and they will assess all the different options that we have in terms of major event opportunities. And I think there are 9 going to this particular CPG. We won't be able to do them all. Some of them will be a better fit than others. We will assess them all against our major events criteria and make decisions about which ones are actually going to bring the best benefit to the city. And there may be some sailing ones in there, there may not be.
I think the one thing I would say is we want to look at a balanced portfolio. So it's wonderful to have an incredibly high-profile sailing event, but we also need to make sure that that balances out with other event content and other venues across other sectors.
Okay, and just another quick question. Obviously, Sail GP is going to Auckland next time, then back to us again, and then back to Auckland. Any ideas on what the future holds? Whether we could secure, I guess, exclusive rights, or is that highly unlikely? Or is that sensitive information you can't discuss?
It would be sensitive information I couldn't discuss. I think at the moment we are really looking forward to seeing how the event goes in Auckland, and then we need to think about what lessons we've got from the 23 event in terms of how we then put it on in 25. So that's an ongoing discussion. I think it would only be probably after that 25 event that we would start to really think about whether this had something longer term. But potentially, I mean, look, there's no doubt that if you ask the Sail GP team, they will say that the Christchurch event was the best single event they have run globally, and not just by a little bit, but by a lot. But there are challenges with it, as we also know. So, yeah.
Great, thanks. Kelly. Celeste.
Hi, thank you for the. It's very interesting to hear about the New Brighton stuff. I just want to talk about Sail GP in relation to the marine management plan. I understand that the drafting of the plan that sits with you guys and operates, you know, the implementation of the plan is with Sail GP. However, how the plan is sort of drafted sort of determines how the plan is implemented. And if there's gaps identified in that process, we need to be making sure that we review the process So what is the process to review the plan, to look back and see what worked and what didn't work?
So just to clarify, the marine, I always get this wrong, Marine Mammal Management Plan is something that we as a council and Christchurch NZ demanded was in place in order for us to commit to SailGP. We at no point have signed it off. Our board does not have expertise in this space, and they have not signed off the plan per se, nor were we involved in drafting it. So it is a document that is between SailGP, Ngāti Whaki and DOC as the people that are the experts there. However, it is really important that it is good and robust and in place, and that's in order for us to hold the event. There will be a full review of that plan, and then we will take forward the learning to make sure that when we come back in 2025, we've learned anything that might have not gone as well as it could, and we've got that relationship really tight. But it's not something that we own. It is owned by those people. It's just something that we say has to be in place in order for us to run the event.
So as part of that, one element that could be reviewed is whether it's appropriate for SailGP to sort of put in place some of the mechanisms of it, because we want to make sure that the race organisers who have expertise in a particular area aren't managing or making decisions on a day that might not be sort of in the best interest of what the intent of the plan is.
So I think the first answer was really appropriate in that we insisted on something, but actually we have no, am I right in saying we have no responsibility over it? I think given the nature of the questions and the interest of time and getting through everyone else with them, I think if you did want to have an offline chat about some of that technical stuff, that would be appropriate to do so.
We're really happy to, but we may not, as you say, be able to answer, because so all we can say is we absolutely want SailGP to run in parallel with dolphin welfare. It is crucial that the dolphins are protected and looked after. And that's why those people, that DOC who have one particular view and SailGP who might have the other view, they're in there together working with Ngāti Whaki as the guardians of the harbour to make sure that this is done in an appropriate and balanced way. It's crucial that it happens, but more than happy to have an offline conversation.
Great, thank you both. Tyrone. Yeah, I've got you, Yanni. Yep.
Thank you so much for your presentation, and no surprise to see Banks Peninsula at the forefront of our economic well-being in the city. And I personally want to thank...
Do you mean just in terms of all the council investment over there, Tyrone?
Well, hey, look, it's paying divvies now, Sam. And a personal thanks from me to you, Ali, for the work that you and all of your staff have done with our communities of Banks Peninsula. But I do have a question around cruise ships. So the Minister of Tourism... and they do change quite regularly, so it's has made it clear to all regional tourism organisations that they want to see sustainable and regenerative tourism. So I know that there's been a lot of questions around that with cruise. So I just want to sort of hear how that's going to play out for Christchurch NZ and how we interact with the cruise industry. That's a big question, I know, but it's pertinent right now because the season's just finished.
I'm happy to answer it, or you? Which would
we can tag team?
Okay, so regenerative tourism is crucial. So, and you'll know as part of our city economic ambition that it's something that we believe is really important, that we move to a regenerative economy, not just in the tourism industry, but actually across the board. It's something that we really believe strongly in. However, there are always transitions and balances as you move from A to B. And what we don't want to do is throw the baby out with the bathwater. So we know that cruise is really important. It is an economic advantage to the city. We will have all felt it on cruise days in town. There was a definitely different feel to the city centre. And obviously we're seeing those results in Littleton as well that are showing there is an economic benefit. So what we need to do is we need to plan and work with the cruise industry to make sure we're moving towards regenerative. That will be a long-term piece of work. It will form a crucial part of our destination management plans.
And I think it's about understanding what levers we have to pull in something that is a national context. So to your point about the minister, we know that there is a review of the industry being done with central government at the moment, and we await the outcomes of that. Some of that looks like it will be requirements around what cruise ships do with their waste, how they power themselves, those kinds of things, because we as one port can't pull those levers on our own. So we need to work collectively with the national context.
Hopefully we can speed it up.
I think there's an election.
I can keep asking questions.
Might slow us down.
No, thank you. My question was covered by Celeste rather well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Just wanted to check around housing, what we're doing in terms of prosperity around housing. I know you've got a dashboard, and I know we're doing a review of our economic ambition. Has the economic ambition, does it have anything about dealing with the issue of the unaffordability of housing in terms of both renting and home ownership?
So the economic ambition talks very clearly about all of the different capitals that we need to grow and restore, including community and social capital. And part of that is about affordability. I don't think it has anything specific in it at this stage, but that's because it's more of a light on the hill. It is quite a long-term, by its very nature, ambition. As we start to get into the CNZ strategy that will help bring that to life, and as we encourage and work with our partners, such as Council, to think about how they will bring their aspects of it to life, then we'll start to be able to build some more of that in. Do you want to add anything else, Kat?
Yeah, look, I mean, it is a priority in terms of how we look at our sites and our place-led areas, in terms of looking at all the things you need to make a great place around affordable and social housing. So it is something we are mindful of in our project work.
I guess I see all the, really interesting, exciting things that you're doing, and I see a huge focus on the central city. I see a focus on New Brighton and Littleton, and it's not to take away from that, but what I don't see is what work you're doing in the lowest socioeconomic suburbs of the city to increase prosperity and well-being for the community in terms of the economic outlook for people. And is there any way that we can get a sense of, because I know you're doing some stuff with some of the schools, for example, but is there any way that we can get a greater visibility or a greater direction or understanding of the direction that we're trying to help those who have the least
so
to get...
questions not... So, Ellie, are you someone able to address that briefly?
So I think I think that's a really fair question, and I'd quite like to have an offline conversation with you about it, Yanni, to pick your brains on some ideas. And if there are other councillors that want to be involved in that, Marie, I'm looking at you, Mark, you look like you might want to. So let's have a conversation about it. There is no doubt that equitable growth and prosperity is something that we want our economic ambition to achieve. So if it might be a reporting angle, it might actually be that we need to do more, but I'm really happy to look at that. So let's have an offline conversation about it.
Cool. Thank you. Okay, Tim.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm just following on from Yanni's question. Thanks for what you're doing in Milton Street. I think it's going to change that environment, and it's right by a park and everything. It's a no-brainer, but opportunities like that don't kind of raise their head very often, so thanks. Just a question with regards to your partners. And I know that with regards to major events, I know VO is one, so just declaring my interest there. When you have that meeting with those partners and you talked about then you'll look at and run them by those opportunities by your major events criteria. Have your partners, because I don't know the others, I can kind of guess who they are, but have they had a input into the criteria?
Absolutely.
Right,
so,
yeah. Yep, cool. Thank you. Cool.
Thank you. Look, mine's following on from Tyrone. Tyrone was specifically speaking about the cruise industry, but I want to talk about tourism in general. And I listened to Hinare at the tourism thing they had the other day. There seems to be a kind of, I'm looking for the word, and it's not discombobulation. I'll just put hand lotion on. It's a misfit anyway. Between the tourism industry that's striving to get back to pre-COVID numbers or even increase, and the minister who's talking about a reset, and a lot of regenerative tourism is actually about reducing numbers and doing it differently. So are you working directly with the minister, or is anyone talking to you directly, and how would you address that perceived kind of conflict between outcomes?
It is
We're both looking at each other because it's a really live conversation.
Yeah, it is a live conversation for us at the moment. We hosted the minister here on Friday, and that was part of the discussion. And particularly for an urban destination like Christchurch, it is a tension where we have considerable investment in infrastructure that grows volume and scale of international visitation in particular. But there are ways to look at the future of tourism being regenerative that we are deep diving in our destination management plan at the moment. We're not going to have a really articulate answer to your question right now, but it is something that we're very live to and grappling with at the moment and working through. And I think over the next few months, you'll start to see a maturity around that thinking and where that goes.
And I think it's also interesting to think about Christchurch's role in the greater NZ Inc. ecosystem. So our destination management plan, because of that infrastructure here in Christchurch, potentially might have a slightly different role to play within the New Zealand ecosystem, but we are absolutely working closely with them because we have to. So it's like the Russian dolls, or I'm not supposed to say that, the little stacking, you know, we've got to be linking into the New Zealand strategy and into the broader strategies.
I hate Russian dolls. They're so full of themselves.
All right, so
It's a good. Thank you.
Being with a dad joke.
I'd quite like to keep this moving. So, are you done, Pauline? Right, I got one.
No, I've got one more joke.
Okay. Was that last one a joke? If we go Andre first, and then Phil, and then we'll have to move on. Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to pick up on Aaron's point around people leaving the city with cash, which of course we want them spending it here. Can you please just walk me through a scenario when people get off the cruise ship and they're coming into the central city? Where do they access their information about things they can spend money on, which realistically needs to be activities? If you're going to 20 different cities, you can't buy things at each of them to bring away with you in your small bag. So it has to be activities. Where do they get the information from, and how are they able to
So
get from
multiple
boat to
layers. So we have multiple touch points with visitors, which starts with digital touch points. So ensuring that our website's fit for purpose and they can access that information. Then we provide considerable amounts of information to the cruise ships themselves. So the cruise lines have their own information centres on board. When they get off and disembark, we have a range of cruise ambassadors and cruise volunteers in town who are provisioned with maps and information about what they can purchase and do and how they can move their way around. We've been working with the business, particularly Central City Business Association, to showcase offers to cruise ship passengers. And then as we move forwards, we are about to undertake a tender process for a visitor information centre in the central city. That will be we'll be going out to tender for a private sector operator to deliver visitor information services, and that will be happening in the next couple of months.
Awesome. You've just answered my follow-up question. Of course, the ambassadors are awesome, but of course they can't take a financial transaction from someone. But there's things in the works, so that's
there is.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Okay, and last but not least, Phil.
Okay, two questions. When's the first peg for building going in the ground at Milton Street, please, roughly?
Site clearing will be is happening, and more will be happening in the next couple of months. So I would say in about 6 months.
Okay, so maybe by Christmas something could happen. And are you still keen, or I know I am, getting rid of those old houses on Sydenham Park? Do you know how they're going?
You mean the heritage ones?
No, I mean the oldest
pensioner housing in New Zealand.
Can we just ask he's asked the question, if you can answer it, then we need to move on. We've taken quite a lot of time on
The
this.
site's going to be cleared in the next couple of months.
Okay, thank you. Very good. Ta.
Okay, right, so I'm happy to move this. Pauline's happy to second it after her joke. Would anyone like to discuss it? Yanni would. Yanni.
Yeah, I mean, look, I appreciate the work that Christchurch NZ is doing, but I do think as a city we do need to reflect on what we're hearing through the resident survey, and you can see very clearly that there's parts of the city that are really dissatisfied with things, and I think Christchurch NZ does have an important role to play, both working with local businesses in those lower socioeconomic communities to ensure that they can be successful and prosperous, but also working with communities around just dealing with some of those bigger challenges that we face around intergenerational inequity that is growing in our society. And although possibly had an opportunity with the COVID response to address it, is actually what we've seen is actually getting worse. So inequity is growing in our city. We knew this would be a risk post-earthquake. It's become a risk or it's become a reality post-earthquake and post-COVID. So I just think we need to really think about what we can do to ensure that as many people in the city have an opportunity to be prosperous, not just the ones that are already prosperous getting more. And so appreciate the work that Christchurch NZ are doing. But if I look at some of the local business areas or the commercial areas in my area, places like Woolston, they could use some support from the council dealing with a whole raft of issues that is happening and impacting on those businesses. So I welcome the ability to chase up further with Christchurch NZ around trying to figure out a way to address those things. I do think we need to look at some transformational programs to invest in the east
to enable greater prosperity for people.
Tim.
Yeah, thank you. It's kind of odd how things happen because, you're thinking it's such a positive and then you can think, but I just think that, you don't sacrifice the perfect for the good. CNZ can't solve all the social issues and they're doing absolutely outstanding work, I think. And you look at Milton Street and you look at New Brighton and what they've done there and what they continue to do. So, and with our tourism, the fact of the matter is there will be changes in the future with the way tourism operates and they will be at the forefront of it. But at the moment we are where we are, and because of the economic situation and news from Australia is getting worse and it will come across here as a ripple, so it is going to get worse and harder as we go forward. So any money that this organisation can squeeze out of the wonderful people that come to New Zealand, Aotearoa, is fantastic. So thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
Yeah, thank you. Look, as the previous chair of the Waitai Coastal Bua Community Board, I just want to thank you for all the work that you've done in the New Brighton area. I think it's made a real difference, and when we look at the trajectory of how things are improving out there. Look, I really just want to congratulate you for the work, particularly you, Kath. So thank you.
That's really nice. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to really say a big thank you to you and your team for what you do. And the Sail GP was a magnificent event, and what you've been doing with the cruise ships and trying to manage that in and through our city has been great to see, and look forward to the learnings we can get from that season as well. Also like to see what you're doing in that development space. That's really quite phenomenal to see that old city care site transforming towards another life is exciting. And just, to say, hey, thank you and keep up your good work.
I feel more and more enthusiastic, optimistic and excited about Christchurch each time you come and speak to us. Thank you for all that you do.
That! Call it there, Sam. That's a soundbite. Thank you.
Just be careful, we haven't agreed on their budget yet for this. Okay, so we'll put that to the vote. All in favour? Against? That's carried. Great. Thank you both for
Thank
coming
you
in.
all.
Thank
Love to see you. Enjoy
in.
the rest of your day.
Great. Now we're moving to the next item, which Mel is going to chair, but I understand Leah, you got something called the...
Yeah, we've received a couple of proposed amendments that we need to discuss with the members that have actually put them forward. So can we have Jake and Yanni just break for 5 minutes as we discuss those?
So, yes, a statement of intent for CCHL. So you've got a presentation that you wanted to start with?
Yeah,
Is
thanks,
that right?
Melanie.
I'll let you get on with that, and then we'll move on to questions and other points later. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. So the purpose of today's session is for us to present the draft SOIs to Council for CCHL and our subsidiaries, noting that we've previously had a workshop with you on these. We have prepared a presentation for your benefit, which Paul and Tony can talk to, but I want to start with some high-level observations. As previously discussed, our subsidiaries are not immune to the challenging economic environment, and we're working really closely with them to understand the impact of that on their financial performance. In particular, we are ensuring that they do what they can in addressing costs before impacting dividends, even as they maintain their commitment to paying the living wage. Despite these challenges, we're pleased to say that we've retained our intention to pay you a $50 million dividend in FY24 as projected in last year's SOI. That reflects the commitment of all of the subsidiaries to play their part in delivering on that. At the same time, our subsidiaries are all also thinking about investing in future growth, acknowledging that this is a more constrained capital environment than at any other point in the last 10 years. That means they face strategic choices at an entity level, and we face strategic choices in terms of how we support that or not at a shareholder level. And these themes are reflected in our SOI. As examples of that, for Orion, the challenge is how they invest in building the network capacity required to accommodate the surge in electricity demand and changing consumer preferences, anticipated over the next 10 years while maintaining a sustainable level of dividends. For LPC, while they continue to work on providing a fair return to their shareholder and making the improvements that we all expect in health and safety and workplace culture, they are also thinking about the investment that's required to keep shifting the port east, opening up the central harbour to community use and access as they do. For Enable, the challenge is managing the transition from being the developer of a high quality network to being the operator of that network, while addressing the competition that's coming from ISPs and Starlink. For CityCare, there is an opportunity to build a business of scale arising from the growing demand for high quality maintenance services in the social infrastructure and water services sector. And for EcoCentral, they're focused on playing a leading role in the evolution of the circular economy, not just in Christchurch, but across the South Island. And finally, for Christchurch International Airport, they are focused on executing an effective reset of their core business as the operator of New Zealand's second largest airport in Christchurch, while thinking about the future growth opportunities, particularly those attached to Christchurch as a destination city. Those opportunities include consideration of developing a new airport in central Otago, and I want to make a few additional comments on our approach to providing oversight of that project and process. I want to stress that CCHL acknowledges that there is and will continue to be considerable interest in this project from both you as our shareholder and across a wide range of stakeholders. With this in mind, we also expect CIAL to engage proactively with interested parties, both during the informal engagement processes that they currently have underway and during any formal consultation processes that may follow. Likewise, we don't shy away from the fact that at CCHL, we have made a commitment to stronger engagement and increased transparency, something that we hope you've seen evidence of in recent months, and that extends to this and other new projects any of our subs might be considering. It's also important that everybody understands the unique nature of the approach that CIAL is taking to this project. There is no predetermined outcome which the airport is trying to hide. Instead, what they have brought is an option,
which requires a number of phases of work to be undertaken before any decision is ever made in respect of whether or not to exercise that option. These phases include the information discovery phase, which they are still in. This will include further periods of engagement over the course of this year. We think it is reasonable to expect that this will include a clearer picture of the problem that Central Otago faces in accommodating growth and why an airport in Central Otago may form a part of that solution, and I stress may. Then there is a gateway decision point where the evidence gathered during the information discovery phase will be presented to the Christchurch International Airport Board and shared with CCHL and Council before a decision is made to advance to the next stage. That next stage is resource consent, which is likely to involve a significant timeline that will also involve significant formal public consultation. Following that, if we get to that point, there will be a detailed business case. Like any project, it's one thing to get a consent and it's quite another to make a decision to proceed. That will involve a detailed business case, which itself will take considerable time and effort to develop. It's also a business case that will need to demonstrate that any potential investment doesn't just deliver strong commercial returns, but also meets the requirements we have in terms of economic, social, and environmental sustainability. That is likely to include compelling evidence that there is a pathway to a low-carbon aviation sector, and those sustainable investment objectives will largely mirror your strategic objectives and requirements as the ultimate shareholder. So on this, you've shared with us a number of recent questions that have been posed by some of the interested parties. And we acknowledge that these are relevant questions to ask. But I also want to assure you that they are a subset of a much larger set of questions that we expect to ask of CIAL at the right time. Right now, and for a lot of those questions, there is no answer. That doesn't mean that any of us are hiding anything. It just means that there is other mahi to do first. I also want to stress that CIAL, as the operator of a world-class airport with significant property assets, has our confidence as our subject matter experts. This doesn't mean that theirs is the only opinion that we or you will give weight to in the future, but it is important that we give them room to do their work. With that in mind, I want to extend an offer to you that we bring them in front of you to provide you with more detail on that process I have just talked about. You should have the same level of assurance and confidence that we have, reflecting our joint expectations on how we expect them to engage over the coming months. So with that, I'm happy to hand over to Paul and Tony to take you through our presentation, or we're happy to go to any questions that you have.
Does anyone want to see the presentation, or because that's very much like what you've had in the briefing, or do we just go to questions?
I think we should have the presentation for the public.
Yep.
Hey, here everyone. So just by way of introduction and background, the draft SOIs are prepared in accordance with LGA, noting that LPC and Orion are governed by other acts. Council did not issue CCHL with an LOE for FY24, but instead indicated that they wanted CCHL to focus on the recommendations of the strategic review, which commenced with the adoption of a new governance structure and appointment of a new board, guided by the enduring statement of expectations. In previous years, we've included quite a long list of targets. This year, we've focused on areas where we can really move the dial. This presentation follows a more detailed presentation, which was presented to Council at a workshop on the 9th of May.
So in terms of our key focus areas, again, we discussed this with you last time. We brought 4 key areas of focus. that, you know, those areas of focus came out of the Northington review and the requirement on us to undertake a strategic review. So the first thing is that we are conscious of council requirements in terms of stronger engagement, increased transparency and improved communication. We're also reflecting in the SOIs the need for stronger governance oversight. The next area of focus has been to recognise the challenging economic environment that we're operating in, and you'll recall the conversation that we had in terms of some of the financial challenges there. That's impacting on operating performance, and as I've talked about already, the need for capital to support growth in the subsidiaries and also the dividend policies. In terms of strategic, the next area of focus is the strategic priorities, and of course that was informed by the Statement of Enduring Expectation, and then finally the strategic review, which is covered in the next slide.
Sure. So in respect of the strategic review, you'll remember, of course, that the council resolved a bunch of things that came out of the Northington report recommendations. For us, primarily, the things that have influenced our SOI is one, that council will develop a clear value strategy in terms of building and utilising income from CCHL, and that value strategy will be informed by your long-term requirements. So we are working closely with council management. We've engaged with you as a council group on what that looks like for us, but getting clarity on what you need from an income point of view, what you might expect from a capital growth point of view, and what you also want to see from an impact across non-financial capitals is going to be important guidance for us this year. In response to that, but also in parallel, we're working on a detailed business case which considers the costs and benefits of transitioning the operating model of CCHL from what has been a passive holding company in the past to an entity that is more active in managing the portfolio. That transition is already underway. CCHL is not a static organisation, and our subsidiaries are not passive entities. They are actively managing their balance sheets every day. So it's important as we start this piece of work that we actually get the problem definition and the opportunity statement right, so that the work we do in coming months responds to those inputs. And these pieces of work obviously need to be developed in time to help inform the public consultation that is part of the long-term plan process. So we have a drop dead date, if you like, by the end of October to make sure that we've completed our work in order that it can have a meaningful impact and you can consult in the manner that you want to. That will be done via a process that sees us coming back to you for further workshops. So again, this is not something that we can do on our own. We don't intend to bring another report to you at the end of 6 months. We intend to engage with you right through the course of this process. As I said, we're not static. We were asked to address a few things, as you're well aware. The first of those major tasks, which was a reset of the CCHL board structure, is now complete. We had our 2-day induction program earlier this week, and that had a high level of engagement from the entire board, but most particularly the new directors. So I thank you for the role that you played in that process. As Abby has said, we have a commitment to stronger engagement and improved transparency. There have been a number of initiatives that have been started, including the roadshow that we did with you all. We've had the first of the semi-annual presentations from all of the subsidiaries, and we will continue to work on that program. As I've said, we're under point 2 above. We've got a requirement to develop a detailed business case. We're a small team, a very lean organisation, and we need an engine to help do that work, and we have appointed a consortium to assist us in the business case and investment advisory services. That consortium is KPMG Mafic. So KPMG obviously is one of the major financial advisory firms in New Zealand who have significant experience in developing detailed business cases specifically to the infrastructure sector. and Maffic, again, who have significant experience in the infrastructure advisory space as well. What you'll see that we haven't appointed is an investment bank. We are doing a piece of work which helps consider what the costs and benefits of a potential transition in this model looks like. It will be informed by your long-term requirements. There is no predetermined outcome that we are working to. We've just started to develop the consortium work program, and we'll be sharing that with you in a separate briefing.
Okay. In terms of the SOI forecasts, the tables to the right show the draft financial forecast compared with the prior SOI. Notably, the group profits are lower in FY24 and 25 than in the previous SOI, and also parent profits are down by a larger extent, reflecting lower dividends from subsidiaries. There's some key factors impacting the SOI forecasts: the challenging operating environment for all, particularly high inflation, high interest rates, and resource constraints. Orion's revenue is constrained by the default price path, which will be reset for 5 years from FY26. Orion needs to heavily invest in its network to meet future electricity demands, and the airport's post-pandemic recovery is well underway with a view to returning to the old normal by FY25. The port's showing noticeable improvement in performance through resetting pricing strategies and increasing container volumes, while creating new sources of value through its eastern development. And Enable is forecasting to hit peak connections during the SOI period and are facing higher churn due to competitive pressures, while investing to replace key operating platforms and software. And CityCare acquired social housing maintenance provider Spencer Henshaw in September of last year, and are expecting to see profits lift from 5.6 million pre-pandemic to 13.8 million in FY26. Although parent profits are materially lower than in the previous SOI, CCHL has kept its dividend projections to council unchanged throughout this period. For risks and opportunities, the key risks facing the group include the challenging operating environment with economic headwinds and labour constraints, as mentioned previously, along with regulatory environments such as Orion's default price path. Cyber is a key concern for critical infrastructure businesses, along with physical and transition risks as we shift towards a low carbon and more climate-friendly future. Opportunities include strategic choices such as subsidiary investment requirements to future-proof the electricity network and to support Enable's transition from a developer to an operator. LPC will continue with its eastern development while the airport focuses on delivering above-trend passenger growth, such as through the Central Otago opportunity, partnering with airlines and partnering with CNZ on Destination Christchurch. The impact framework gives focus to decarbonisation, with the group currently working on its emission reduction plans, a continuation of gender balance and diversity and inclusion programs, including opportunities for Maori. We're also looking at a range of collaboration opportunities that could feasibly create efficiencies across the group. So that concludes the presentation. I'm happy to open up to questions.
Great. Okay, right, we'll move through to questions. I had one first and then, can you make another?
Yep.
Yeah. It was about, well, I've got a number of questions, but the first one is just around the non-financial performance targets in 5.7 to 5.9, like you mentioned, and there's omissions in some of the draft SOIs, and I was just wondering sort of why it's come to us in this way. Like, you've got advice on the improvements that need to be done, but I was just wondering sort of why we didn't just get the full SOI in the first place. Was it a matter of time?
I'm not sure
I don't understand the question either. Have you seen the part in 5.7 to 5.9 in the agenda?
No.
Linda?
See,
This is Linda's paper. This is our paper, staff paper.
I'm not really sure.
So it's just about
these submissions have been addressed. They're just asking about why they need to be addressed, why they won't.
So when as you'll be aware, the process was we received draft SOIs from the various subsidiaries. We then went through a process of reviewing those and reflecting them against our own criteria and the impact, the integrated framework that we use in terms of the capitals. That identified that there were some areas where we were not satisfied with the responses that we received from the subsidiaries, and we discussed those with you in a bit more detail the last time we were here. We then asked the subsidiaries to respond to that, and that's part of the process that we're going through in terms of presenting to you the final SOI at the end of June.
So this is just draft.
Okay, all right, cool. Thanks for that. Right, Yanni.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I just wanted to be clear around the Terrace Airport. Has CCHL ever considered or approved the airport's investment into the Terrace Airport?
Not at this point.
So
There is
been-
not a proposal at this point.
Sorry, the decision to acquire the land and do all the work on the project, that's never been part of a CCHL consideration.
So if you're asking if CCHL was aware of the decision to purchase land, the answer is yes. But as I've said earlier, there is no business case or proposal at this point in relation to an airport.
Right. I guess I'm just trying to understand the decision making, because I think the community really struggle to understand how we, as the majority shareholder, can have got so far down a project that they've got concerns about without us ever having made any formal decision around that. Given the quantum of funding that's been expended by the airport to date on the Terrace Airport, is that something that should go up through a decision-making process like the one you've told us about, the Gateway decision, around being approved through a statement of intent, a letter of expectation, or at a CCHL board level or at a council level? And if not, why not to date have we not had a formal decision on it?
There's a lot in the question. Let's unpack it. So firstly, in respect of the initial purchase of land, which was circa $45 million, in the context of a portfolio that's got $5.5 billion of assets, that's not material, and we wouldn't be expecting every subsidiary to come to us with every transaction of that nature. So we have subsidiary boards in place for a purpose, and our role in monitoring the performance of those is to provide very clear direction and very clear expectations. So that deals with the first piece. The second piece, which is they're a long way down this project, or this project has gone a long way. It hasn't started. As we said, there is an option to consider, and they are doing the work to determine whether that is an option that is worth exercising or not. That's the work that's underway at the moment. I mean, we have to stress there is no predetermined outcome. Whether an airport gets built there or not is a function of decisions that a lot of other people will make other than us, and that includes consumers, includes regulators, includes businesses, includes the community.
So that's why I just wanted to check when you mentioned reference to the future Gateway decision.
Yeah.
I think you said that the information will be shared with CCHL and CCC.
Yes, yes.
But is that Gateway decision, again, just simply a matter for the CIAL board, and we don't get a decision making around it, or do we? Or does CCHL? That's what I'm trying to understand.
This is part of our offer to bring them to you, to let them explain what that process will be. It is absolutely right that you require assurance over what that process looks like, in the same way that we want that same assurance. What we are acknowledging today, which may not have been acknowledged explicitly in the past, is that CCHL itself acknowledges that there is legitimate public interest in this project, and that is not going to go away. And it should be accommodated in the way that the airport communicates, the way that it engages, and it will be obviously part of any form.
Just to be clear, like if the port, for example, wanted to go and set up a new port in somewhere, I don't know, Pleasant Point or wherever, you know, I guess as the council owner, shareholder, I would sort of expect the shareholder would make that decision, like that would, you know, but like, so is there a gap in our letter of expectation or
perhaps
statement of
the thing a point to note here is that Christchurch Airport is following a different process to what we might all have been used to in the past. So, you know, a more traditional approach to decision making is to say the outcome that we want is X. In this case, you know, either, to use your example, we want a new port or we want to have an airport. That is not the process that Christchurch Airport is going through. They are starting now with a long process of engagement, which will lead to certain decision points, and then a business case that will be developed right at the back end of that to say, actually, what are all of the options and what is the best option? So that is a different process to the one that we might all have been used to.
Thank you. I understand it's a
Stop
different
you there, Yanni.
process.
You've got a new question.
Well, I just
Have
think,
you got a new question?
yeah, I do. Yeah.
Okay.
So just in regards to, and it's great that you mentioned that CCHR will ensure subsidies report annually on the gender pay gap and the highest and lowest remuneration in each company. But I guess I'm increasingly concerned that we don't get visibility of things like CEO remuneration until the annual reports come out, which is often quite a lag between when new chief executives get appointed. So I'm just wondering, is there a way that you could provide some sort of dashboard that showed what was happening with the lowest and the highest remuneration within the companies over you know, on a regular basis, rather than us just looking at the bands and waiting for the annual report? Also, I wonder if you are able to just give us any general sense of what's happening in that regard at the moment.
I guess I'd say to that, Yanni, remuneration is almost always set on an annual basis. So whatever point in time we report to you on it, it is still simply set for a year. So, you know, I'm not sure that, you know, there may be instances in which people are employed at a particular point in the year and that therefore there is some lag. But the reality is it is an annual process, and we do report it to you on an annual basis, and I'm not sure that you would get any additional information from us reporting to you on that issue more frequently.
Just a final question from me was around Eco Central. It's great that they've got a photo of the glass bottles being recycled. For those of us who have been out and looked at some of the opportunities around glass recycling, are we able to give some feedback? And sorry, I haven't put this through an amendment, but I don't know what my colleagues think, but I just thought it might be quite good to, I guess, provide some feedback around encouraging them to continue to look at the separated glass collection, or getting the most sustainable way of processing glass at curbside, because I'm mindful that they're doing a trial. I don't know where that's got to, but it does seem that there's some opportunities as a city that we should be considering, and obviously they would have expertise on that field. Thanks.
I think that's progressing on its own, as we already understand. So I think we don't need to do anything on that right now. But thanks for bringing that up, Yanni. So now we've got Tyler.
Kia ora.
Sure.
Apologies, I know you're in the hot seat and I've got a couple of hot questions for you. It's around, obviously, tariffs. And I just wanted to sort of, you may not be able to answer this, but define what low carbon aviation is. It's sort of...
I think that's intended to refer to sustainable aviation fuels, and it relates to using sources of fuel for aviation that are non-fossil fuel.
Okay, so it's not around the frequency of those providers that go around our country.
It's a new type of fuel which requires new innovation, new technology, new aircraft, and it's low emission.
Okay. And I am hesitant about process, and I'm wondering what advancements could potentially be done through CIAL progressing through that Terrace Airport proposal between now and October when we give that letter of expectation. Do you think there will be much progress going between now and then?
They're continuing to work through a process, but there will be no decision points during that period.
And for public knowledge, can you please talk to us about the SOI and the LOE and the differences between those two?
Is that better for staff?
That's the staff.
Sorry, Leah, apologies.
Do you want to take it or? So the level of expectation, let's start with that because that's actually usually the start of the process.
Yeah.
So that is the council is the ultimate shareholder and CCHL likewise. So we will do a letter of expectation to CCHL and that will set their strategic direction that we want CCHL to consider in line with the council's strategic options. We have agreed in December last at that resolution that would be done every 3 years in line with our LTP, so there will be another one this year. In regards to the draft statement of intent, so by the end of, before the 1st of March, a draft statement of intent is received by us from CCHL, and likewise they get it from their shareholders, and that is the company's way of actually showing what their intentions are for the next 3 years. Now that is an annual process, but it is for a 3-year period. This process that we're under now is that we get those draft statement of intents and we can, as a shareholder, we can give feedback to both CCHL for them to also pass on to their companies if we think that we still want them to consider or make comments on their statement of intent. When that is compared on the 30th of June, by the 30th of June, the final statement of intent will need to be is adopted by the by the entities. It's their document. It belongs to the companies. And we will receive them, and at that stage that we will just receive them. We don't approve them, but we receive them. But if we do want to make comment from a council point of view on them, then we have the Local Government Act that we can actually, if for instance they came back and they were totally in dispute to what we as a council believed, then we can actually make formal comment back to the subsidiary through CCHL.
Okay, so around the decision-making processes, let's talk about, say for example, a big capitalising on Yanni here, a big capital venture was underway and council agreed with it, but council agreed with stopping a capital project, but CCHL really liked it. Who makes the decision at the end of the day? And how much power do LOEs really have around ensuring that those happen or do not happen?
So there's two parts to that. One is whether it's a major transaction under the Companies Act, in which case, so any major transaction, depending on equity and assets, would need to go to the shareholder. And the agreement and we have with CCHL, if before they would agree to any, so this is any entity, anything that's under a major transaction, they need to consult with council on that. So that's in regards to, so the airport did happen, they would need to go through that process.
So how is a major transaction defined?
75% or
50% of total assets of the subsidiary prior to the transaction.
Yeah.
Okay.
But going back to my comment before, so when the final statement of intents come through, council has the right under the Local Government Act, if they believe it's in breach of their, what's the wording, Helen? Have you got it there?
It's a modification of the statement of intent by resolution of the shareholders is technically.
Yeah. But that would be, once you've received the final, if there was something that is in total, conflict to what the council believes, they actually can under the local feedback instruction on that.
And I just wanted to note something around that process. When I first got elected, obviously you're just getting your feet wet, and there was a lot of high-level decisions that were being made at the start of our process of being inducted as an elected member. For me, I was comfortable with it, but I was also, looking back on it in hindsight, I would have liked to have a bit more time getting my feet wet to understand these high-level strategic outcomes that we're actually talking about right now. Just wanting to note that with council, I'm not sure if we're bound by policy or if you're able to push that out for the next term. Just a little bit more around our statements of intent, our letter of expectation, etc. If you sort of get what I mean, Leah?
We are, yeah, and we'll note that. The one thing that we would say that we are under legislation in regards to the timing. Okay, so these ones were pushed a month, and we're allowed to give 1 month delay, but otherwise we have to stick to the legislation and the timing in regards.
Appreciate that.
I would just say in response to your point, you know, CCHL recognises the role that we have for you as our shareholder. You know, I can't envisage a situation where we are proposing to do something that you are very clearly against. And part of our intention through this process is to enable you to really engage in it and understand. Inevitably, there are trade-offs involved, and it's for you to kind of understand those trade-offs and to balance them. But we're not looking to, as I think I've been clear today, we are not looking to push something through here. We are here to explain the process to you and to make sure you understand how that works. And also, I think particularly as it relates to the airport in Central Otago, to make super clear that at this point there is not a decision point that's been taken. So I just want to reassure you on that.
There is a point where we can provide feedback before
Absolutely.
they even put the stake in the ground, for example.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Okay.
that's right.
David, appreciate it.
Can I just add, from a management point of view as well, we don't
Do you want to do
look at
questions now?
materiality through the Companies Act threshold. So we don't sit there and just go, well, in the case of the airport, that means unless something of $1 billion or more is going to happen, we pay no interest. The materiality threshold is much lower than that. And as Abby said, you know, your strategic objectives and how they are communicated to us through the letter of expectation and through forums such as this will inform how we think about materiality and then how we engage with the subsidiaries and communicate those objectives to them.
I'm just noting it's 1 o'clock. Are you happy to keep going? I think at least answer questions now. Yep. Okay, Tim.
Thank you. On a positive note, thank you very much for the work that you've all done with regards to the new board and setting that up. It's been really, really good. So thank you. And with regards to Pleasant Point, I'd be amazed if anyone built a port there. It has steam trains and probably the best taxidermist shop I've ever seen in my life, if you're into that kind of thing. With regards to the terrace, which is the issue that's kind of floating around, I would prefer us as councillors to have a workshop with staff because I think personally I have a different strategic vision about Canterbury, and I'd need to know that information and get some feedback before we get information from CIL, because it would only be fair for them to know the information that we are requiring and those concerns that we have, etc. But we do need to work on fact and rather than a whole lot of stuff floating around. So that's what I would prefer to do, because this is going to bounce around a whole lot and cause a whole lot of issues, and we need actually to work at the start and the front and the fact rather than looking at the end, which we may not even get to.
Yeah, I think
So that's what I would like from the chair. Thank you.
I think it's a multi-step process, and the public obviously needs to be kept informed as well.
Absolutely.
So we've got Celeste. Celeste?
This is about the living wage. I'm aware that you mentioned that the wage increases are sort of looked at annually. Is that correct? Are we able to look at wage increases outside the collective agreement process?
Each of the subsidiaries will have a process that they follow in relation to wage increases that are consistent with the policies that they have internally.
So is there an expectation that in regards to the living wage, that would be something that we could do as of the 1st of September across those subs? Would we be giving direction?
Well, each of the subsidiaries has signed up to the living wage, and each of them needs to work through a process of how they will implement that. And as I think we've talked to you about before, you know, it's clear that they have made that commitment, and we will be monitoring how they implement that commitment over the course of the coming SOI period.
So I'm aware that with the September increase, there is a chance that, you know, there might be some delays in delivering that because it might be pushed out as part of the collective agreement process. So because we've signalled an intention that we'll keep in line with the living wage, would it therefore be appropriate to have some deadline in mind, separate to the collective agreement process, rather than leaving it up to the individual subs to determine that?
I'm really reluctant to get involved in giving you positions on collective agreements, given that there are a whole number of collective agreements and each subsidiary will have a different one and each will have a different time frame. So I just don't, that's a level of operating detail that the subsidiaries manage and that I don't want to provide a view on at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really important that we respect the fact that those collective collective agreement processes should be allowed to run their course. We should not be intervening in those.
Yeah, great.
Sorry, yep. So just to confirm, outside of that process, so we could potentially ask them to increase it in line with the living wage.
We have a
separate to that.
commitment, and all the subsidiaries have a commitment
Great.
to implementing a living wage. The challenge for us this year is not implementing a living wage, it's understanding the consequences of a increase that the subs could not reasonably budget for. No one was anticipating a circa 10% increase. And while that has direct benefits to those that receive the living wage, it also creates other issues which we need to get clear on in respect of other relativities and impact on financial performance. So that's the work that we're doing.
Moving on to Terrace Airport, just in regards to kind of getting sort of a forward view on the process, do we have any indications of when we might get a sort of better understanding of what the business case is for that? Would that be part of a future briefing in terms of, you know?
I think you've already...
It will be part of a future briefing, but we do not have a time frame for that.
And are we looking at having a public briefing?
I couldn't answer that at this point because there's a number of steps that would need to be passed before we even reach that point.
I mean, a detailed business case is a long way away. The questions are legitimate, but the answers are a long way away.
Mark, yeah. I was trying to remember that.
Yeah, thank you. Really pleased to hear your offer there of CIAL providing some detail to us of the process. Still a little bit, I guess, nervous and wanting to see if we can in some way build into statement of intent some requirement for council to be kept informed of that process, and then the idea of perhaps regular updates throughout that process to make sure that as a council we're not blindsided by anything.
Sure, yeah. I mean, the first thing, and I think we've committed to it, you know, we want assurance on the process, and you should reasonably expect the same level of assurance. So the intention of the workshop that we'll have with you when we bring the airport will be for the airport to explain that, and then for you to get our view of the same thing.
Very good. Thank you.
Andre.
Thank you. A detailed business case being a long way away, by that you mean years, right?
If you can tell me how long a resource consenting process will take, then
yeah, more like years than months, though, for some perspective. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Just acknowledging the good work that Venues Otatahi are doing around local suppliers, local producers, direct employment. I just wondered if CCHL is working with Venues Otatahi to look at the success of the approach that they've done around the use of local producers, suppliers, and direct employment, and to put that into, I guess, some consideration for our companies.
From a functional point of view, no, we haven't had direct engagement with VO on that. In terms of what you're asking, which is, should social procurement be part of the things that we consider, and should we reflect that expectation to our subsidiaries? CCHL in the past has not had an impact framework. It's had investment objectives or expectations that largely touch some of those factors. So one of the priority pieces of work in our business plan this year is to create that impact framework, and that impact framework would tease out exactly those sorts of initiatives. Our purpose statement requires us to have a positive impact, and we want to really understand where we can be most impactful in a positive way, and social procurement would be one of the things that we would consider.
Yeah, thank you. I just note in the mana section, you know, like again, like it's very good at treaty relationships and engagement, but there's very little around community impact targets, even though that's kind of one of the key headings. So the work, you will have something that says that you're undertaking that work.
I think, as we've discussed before, you know, one of the things that we have been trying to do in terms of our approach to the SOI is being clear about the focus areas and to ensure that we see meaningful performance in those focus areas. The more that we layer into the SOIs, the more we risk distraction from the key areas of focus from the subsidiaries.
Aaron.
Yeah, just a bit of a follow-on from Andre's question around the timing of Terrace. I think there's an expectation from the public and probably this table that we would be shown a model that stacks up environmentally, socially, economically before you'd apply for your resource consent. So we can go to the public and say the reason why we would support this is because it stacks up environmentally, or no, we're putting the brakes on now because it doesn't, and that would all be shown. Is that not how it's going to work?
I think that it's reasonable to expect that the airport during the remainder of 2023 would be present explaining the strategic case.
And that, because that must be stacking up or not stacking up all the time, right? So they're constantly working on it.
They are constantly working on the strategic case, right? But that's not the same thing as then thinking about what options exist in respect of what kind of airport you would build to what intended outcomes. That is more detailed, more subsequent phases of work. But you are right that it's reasonable to expect that we would get a clear articulation of the strategic case at some point this year.
Yeah, because until we can share that with the public, we can't, the public's flying blind, excuse the pun, as to the outcomes, benefits or not from that. And of course, we got shown earlier on why they originally went into Terrace, and so that stuff stacked up. But they've done a whole lot more work since then, so it either stacks up more or it doesn't. And it would be good for us to receive that and then for it to be public information.
Yep, that's all part of the assurance process, yep.
Great. So timeline on that?
I can't commit the airport to a timeline, but I would
They're normally
just say
pretty good with timelines at the airport.
reasonably expect, and when we bring them to you, they'll lay out that process.
With the process that's outlined in the SOI for the airport sort of process, it's got those bullet points towards the end about Terrace, and it is explained in there differently, just the way that you've just explained it to us now. And I'd kind of like what you told us to be reflected in the document, because that doesn't really show particularly where community consultation will happen. It talks about engagement early on, which is sort of the process that's been happening up till now. It talks about resource consents, but it doesn't really talk at all about where council will have input in the proper community consultation, obviously that would go with the resource consent. But, so do you understand what I mean? Like, I think we need more clarity in the SOI, in my opinion. Could that happen?
We can certainly reflect on that, and to the extent that it doesn't provide you with the assurance that we've just described that we want to see, then we can absolutely address that.
Okay. And a different topic that another councillor reminded me about was for each of the subsidiaries making the AGMs public. Has that been discussed?
Yes, it has, and that's part of the SOIs.
It is. I didn't see it in there, but thank you. That's good. So we've got a number of additional resolutions that councillors have brought forward. Now we just need to clarify who's moving and seconding different ones. We either could do this now and go on to debate now, or we could do that after lunch, because I'm not sure how long this process is going to take.
We'll do this bit first. Let's get this.
Except that, well, here's Jake.
Oh, where did Jake go?
Jake's not here. I think it might be better to come after lunch, might it?
If Jake's
But then you've got the externals having to come back, that's all.
if Jake's not here, can he put an amendment in?
Yeah, is he, do we know where he's gone?
You can't, surely.
No. Is he, does it, what is text? Well, is there anyone else? So shall we go through individually and let's see if we've got a mover and seconder for each of them?
Yeah.
Sorry, can I just check? Do we know where Jake and Pauline have gone and what time they're back?
Pauline's got a meeting, I think.
The green ones. So all the rest have been in. So can we start with E? We got a mover and a seconder for this?
That's Yanni, is the mover.
Sorry, I'm just trying to... Yeah, so I was happy to move that the response to senior executive remuneration restraint does not go far enough, and that clear targets need to be set to reduce the level of senior executive remuneration, and Celeste has seconded it.
Right, you're going to vote on this? Okay. Do you want to ask a question?
Sure, go ahead.
Aren't board remuneration, etc., it does set by, or that, you know, there's a framework that is worked from. It's not just taken out of the air. The same with a CE's remuneration or anything like that. There's a framework in New Zealand with you know, levels, etc., whether it's public service or private. Is that correct?
So certainly as far as board remuneration is concerned, that's effectively set by this council. We bring you a report in terms of fees. In terms of senior executives, often entities will use benchmarking to establish what are market rates. The reality is that all of our subsidiaries compete in an open marketplace for talent. That is increasingly difficult to maintain both in Christchurch and in New Zealand. There is that data. I would expect all of the subsidiaries to use data in informing those decisions.
Aaron?
Yeah, so with the intention of this, if you were to show more restraint, would that have any negative consequences?
I would expect so, yes.
Okay, cool, that's pretty clear.
Andre?
Just to clarify, your intention's to narrow the gap, but this reads as lowering remuneration.
About benchmarking,
Yeah,
probably.
there's a number of issues if people want to get into the detail now, but if you look at what happens in New Zealand, in fact, around the world, there's generally a company called Strategic Pay that it's just a circular spiral upwards around senior executive remuneration. Never seems to go
Can you just
down.
answer the question really directly,
So,
because it's almost sounds like a debate.
Yeah, but the intent's narrowing the gap, so why isn't narrowing that gap sort of here in the wording, if you know what I mean?
Because I still think there's a problem at the top. Like, you know, some of the salaries that our CEOs are paid are
Yanni's happy
astronomical.
Yanni's happy with it, so we'll just leave it there and you can
thank
make
you.
your own decision around that. So we've got a mover and seconder for that. Are we moving? We'll go through each one for a mover and seconder, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Right.
Yeah.
So G, express concern at the strategic direction of Christchurch International Airport Limited's proposal to continue to progress an airport at Terrace due to the costs and climate change impacts. So that's Yanni's as well. Is that you moving that one?
Yes, please.
Yep. And who's the seconder for that? Celeste. Okay. Any questions on that?
And I was also happy to note the feedback from Sustainable Terrace as well.
Yep. Aaron?
So why would we be expressing concern until we don't know, when we don't know the details? Because
I mean, I think this is for debate.
Okay, let's leave it there and we'll wait for debate for the answer to that too. But,
okay, yeah, don't need the facts getting over.
Yep. Otherwise, we get Yanni about 10 opportunities at debate. Noting feedback from Sustainable Terrace Incorporated has been forwarded on to Christchurch City Holdings Limited for consideration, which I asked for that to happen. So we've got, Yanni and Tyler as a seconder. Confirms Council's expectation for a living wage to be paid by Old Christchurch City Holdings Limited's companies to all employees and suppliers. Whose was that one? That's Celeste moving. Who's seconding that one? And Jake was seconding.
I don't.
Can he do that if he's not
he
here?
can't do that if he's here, can he, Helen? Jake's not here, can he be a seconder? No, so you are.
Okay.
There you go.
We've got Tyrone for seconding. And the last one, yes.
I'm confirming, just reiterating that they are.
And then J, request council be briefed on the current position, Christchurch International Airport Limited intentions and plan progression from now, and that council be kept informed throughout the process as it progresses. So that's
Yanni.
Yanni.
Yeah, Mark was happy to second.
Mark second.
Can I please ask a question in respect of that wording? Is that meant to be in respect, are the airport's intentions in respect of Terrace only? Does that need to be included in there rather than we're asking them to come and tell us on everything? So I think it would be preferable
Yanni,
to include that.
Are you happy for us to add in regards to Terrace?
Right, so that was Yanni and Mark.
Yanni and Mark, yep. And we need a mover and seconder for all of the blues at the top.
Yep. Does anyone want to move the original resolutions from the report? Tim, and seconder for Victoria?
That's just to D. To 2D.
that be the process. So, yep, okay.
That's what everyone's happy with.
So now, who would like to debate? Okay, so I think, I just think we should come back after lunch for that. I do not want to sit here.
That's up to, how many people want to debate? Do we want to stop for lunch now and come
I
back?
think we should.
Yeah.
Otherwise we'll be here till after 2.
So is everyone happy to have a lunch? Okay, so we're back at, no? So, yep. Okay. Okay.
All right, right. Who wants to debate first? And debating everything all together. So, who's first? Who? Sorry,
Well,
stop talking.
that's-
Who's first?
Tim.
Who, put
Sorry,
your hand
Chair,
up if you would
are
like to.
debating the amendment at the same time?
Sorry.
Sorry to interrupt, Chair, but are you debating the amendments at the same time or just the
Correct.
original
The whole lot.
staff recommendation?
So, Tim, did you want to debate first?
Thank you. I just want to thank Abby and the team at CCHL, as I did before, with the work that you've done moving forward from the Northington's report, reshaping the directors, etc. So thank you very much for that. There's one big issue around here is tariffs, and I just reiterate that I think the process for us to go forward is we get together, we discuss what we need, what our concerns are, based on the truths, and then we go out from there to CCHL and the CIAL. I think that is essential, or this is just going to be bouncing around and wasting a lot of people's time and raising concerns where we can actually alleviate them. So thank you.
No one else wants to debate? Mark?
Yeah, I'm really keen to see that final clause of the resolution there with the keeping the council up to date on tariffs. I think that's vital for us to try and stay abreast of what's going on there. I'm not so certain whether I can support the senior executive remuneration piece. I mean, that sounds quite dangerous to me. It has some pretty interesting implications for CCHL, as well as potentially the living wage. I mean, whilst I kind of agree with living wage, it goes a long way there in stating that it extends to suppliers as well. That could have some interesting unintended consequences that we might need to be a bit careful about. So, yeah, basically I'm happy and thank you for coming to us today, and particularly with the offer for the briefing from CIAL on tariffs. That's, I think, long overdue, and look forward to progressing this forward.
Thanks, Mark. Tyler?
Tēnā rā tātou katoa. I just wanted to note my hesitancy around the SI in itself, and everyone knows about my thoughts around the CIL tariffs report. It's something that I'm very, very sceptical of around the process, and I would really like to see a structured, managed, strategic plan coming from CIL. So I'm really looking forward to them coming, and I really appreciate CCHL for actually bringing them to us. There's going to be a lot of questions in that space too. Outside of that, there are a lot of these resolutions that I'm in support of, and I am also quite sympathetic to the senior leadership one, because we've been briefed in it quite a lot around the implications and the barriers that we've put forward in regards to making sure that there's more equitable outcomes. I'm not sure if this resolution itself would address bridging that gap, but outside of that, the other resolutions look great. Happy to support. Really appreciate CCHL. Abby, Paul, thanks for coming in. Cheers.
Tyrone?
So I just want to say, like, the quality of information that we're getting is incredible. So I really think that we have to acknowledge that, like, the transparency, like, it's really, like, at a very high level. So the decisions we make are being done with the best information that is available at the time, and it's being given to us in a really frank and honest way. So I really want to acknowledge that. So just can you just lower the things? I can't quite see one of the resolutions. Number E actually is no, not E, D. So I'm happy to support almost all of these resolutions. I'm D. I mean, I don't think the wording goes far enough, but like that's just wordsmithery. But like I just really want to point out that diversity on council organisation boards, it's not just a key focus, it's our absolute kaupapa, and we really need to need to think really strongly about that now and in future years. I echo my colleague Mark Peters in not backing. Yeah, I wouldn't. I can't back Resolution E. But at the same token, I absolutely back the. God, so many. Forgotten my alphabet. Whatever it is regarding living wage, anyway. But yeah, and the final resolution, I think. I mean, you're getting it pretty loud and clear. We've got some really serious reservations. I know that a whole lot of this is being addressed, but I think we're just underlining that. So take it in the spirit that it's offered, and I would say, and no more than that. Kia ora.
Celeste?
I just want to thank you for coming in today and answering all our questions. Just speaking to the living wage one for a start, I just think it's important to remember that the living wage is about a wage that provides people with, a basic quality of life. So it's not it shouldn't be an aspirational target. It should be the bare minimum that we're offering. So that's why that's been put forward as just reiterating our commitment, and it's great to see that there is already a strong sort of intention there. So it's just clarifying that we can deliver that as quickly as possible and there's no delays. Just echoing what my colleagues have said around tariffs. Obviously around the table there's some concerns, and I appreciate that some of you have just come on board, so you've sort of been thrown in the deep end in terms of having to kind of step up and answer a lot of questions for things that have come before your time. So I just want to acknowledge that. And I just think it's important that we have these conversations in a public forum, because part of building trust and confidence is that there's transparent and clear information. So I just want to thank you for your time and look forward to further updates on that project.
Thank you. I do want to acknowledge the new approach that CCHL are taking to briefing us, to keeping us aware of what's happening with our companies, and to doing a lot more strategic thinking about the future. But just to speak in support of the amendments that I've put forward, and also the living wage, I think what's disheartening is that despite having a request for senior executive remuneration restraint for a number of years now through this process, what we continue to see is that those salaries seem to be going up and up and up, and yet we're still struggling to pay the living wage. Now, appreciate that 10% may not have been something that people could anticipate, but the reality, as has been said, if we can't afford to pay the people at the bottom enough to live on, but we can somehow magically appear to pay the people at the top more and more than what any one person probably needs in terms of meeting the basic necessities of life, then I think that's inherently unfair. So, there's requirements there's reference in the draft statement of intent to look at ensuring cities report annually on the gender pay gap and the highest and lowest remuneration in each company. That's great, but it doesn't go far enough. It doesn't address the imbalance that's been created by the ever-increasing salaries at the top, while acknowledging the constant struggle to pay those at the bottom what's fair and what's needed. So the wording in here is good, but the action needs to match the expectation that we've expressed. It has been very difficult to get the transparent information about what is happening with our senior executive remuneration across our companies. When new CEOs are appointed, for example, despite previous advice that we would be told and it would be made public, we're told to wait for the annual report where it is public, which I don't think is fair enough. I just want to talk to Terrace. I don't think there can be any justification in a climate emergency and with a sustainability and ecological crisis that Terrace should be proceeding. It is pie in the sky, and some of my colleagues have said, how do you know about the cost? Well, I just did initially, when we got the proposal first heard of, a rough estimate of 500,000 tonnes of carbon per annum that would be flying to Terrace. So for the Sky, the offset cost estimate would be about $25 million a year, which would not have to be accounted for by CIAL or CCHL, but is still the price of the emissions that would be generated. So I don't believe an airport, a council, and a holdings company can simply pass the buck and claim any degree of sustainability success when such an environmental impact is proposed to be built on our planet. We've already heard in the media that runway plans will be announced sometime this week or early next week. So the airport is progressing, and I think we should have every right to hear what the community have said and express concern.
Aaron?
Yeah, I note Jamie's hands up as well.
Yep.
Oh, you did see it, cool. This is an interesting process because there's more amendments than there is in the substantive, which is a very odd way to run your board here. And to see them pop up on the day without discussion, without answers to most of the things there, and the impacts is interesting to say the least. The proposal around tariffs, for those of you that are obviously unaware, when you spot a gap as a commercial operator, you don't go, oh crikey, a shopping mall in Riccarton will go really, really well. Let's tell everyone all about it, and then we'll start trying to acquire the land. That's generally not how commercial situations work. And so they had gone out and made a plan. They clearly explained it to the council. They're then doing all the work that is going to come back to us and be shown before they take further steps. So the point to put the brakes on tariffs will be once we have the information. That would be the time to do it, because I, for one, if it does not stack up environmentally, will not be supporting it. I've said that right from the start. But until I'm shown that evidence, I would be a fool to be drawing a line in the sand and saying, oh, no, we're just not going to do that. We'll let people fly a few more kilometres and go the long way and then drive for 6 hours to get to their destination, because they're still going to go there. New Zealand's still going to export goods via air. New Zealand's still going to import medicines via air. The air industry is not going anywhere. The smart money is to be changing the fuel and to be reducing the amount of emissions that the air industry creates. And so if this does that, then I will support it. If it does not, I will not support it. It seems pretty simple, but you can throw your political flag in the air and make everyone clap for you because you're willing to get rid of it now, but it might actually stack up. So let's do it when it stacks up. There will be consequences to cutting CEO salaries by 20%. High-performing people the world over don't do it as volunteers. Well, our ones on CCHL do, but they don't do it as volunteers. High-performing people get high-performing pay, and there's a reason why the best tickets to weekends with Adele are $36,000 US. It's a phenomenal amount of money. She loves music, but she gets really well paid for it because she's the best in the world. And the quantum of moving a CEO or someone at the top, and I don't always agree with the big high-end salaries, that's fair, that's a position I come from, but the quantum of that versus moving 10% across the entire bottom is a big, big difference and has an impact. And the impact that I fear it will have is it will be job layoffs, because you won't be able to employ as many of those people. So we should heed the warning, look at the consequences of those actions before we go leaping into it more and more. And there will be consequences on the contractors. So I will not support any of the amendments because all of it's in the substantive, and the substantive should have been increased during the week when we go through these processes like an organised council.
Thanks, Aaron.
No clapping.
James.
Thank you. I'm very supportive of the staff recommendations. I think it's A through to E. I'm fine actually with the noting amendments. Sorry, no, A through D is the staff recommendations. I apologise. So comfortable with those, and I'll support those. I'm fine with the noting amendments that are in there. I'm not so comfortable with the amendments E, which is on the REM, F, which is the concern at terrace, and H, which was the living wage within the subs. Look, in my view, CCHL knows our collective political view as a council. This is passed on to the subsidiaries, but it's really up to them to do their jobs. So, look, my fear with some of these amendments here, E, F, and H, is that it's really the council straying outside of its wheelhouse. We have a holdings company and CCTOs with their own management and governance structures to competently manage our investments in these entities at arm's length from the council. So it's a really intentional structure that exists to buffer the political from the commercial. It's totally appropriate for political decisions to be made at council. That's the point, it's the nature of it. But we've set up and endorsed a structure that we've got for a reason. Exactly these amendments here go against that, go against everything that we've intentionally set it up for. So I think it's really dangerous territory, and my preference is to let CCHL and the subs do their job. So I won't be supporting E, F and H. Thanks.
Thanks, James. Kelly.
Thank you, Mel. Yeah, thank you to Abby and the team for the quality of information that they've brought to us. A lot of this has been said before. You know, I'm impressed with the transparency and open-minded attitude around tariffs. Like Councillor Kew, I think it's too early and not intelligent to put a line in the sand now. Technologies change. Let's see where this goes. In terms of salaries, if you pay peanuts, you get monkeys. We know that. And I think we always need to be mindful of those at the bottom of the heap, so to speak, in terms of salaries. I feel like we already do that. I feel like there's a bit of virtue signaling going on here. I'm happy with the substantive and won't be agreeing with most of the others, so thank you.
Phil.
I too am what they all said. I too am happy with the substantive, and I do feel sorry for you, Mel, having all this stuff thrust on you. I know what it's like sitting there when you get all this stuff thrown at you, and I won't be supporting any of the amendments because CCHL is doing everything anyway. It's all a train in progress. So I think we're wasting our time putting this stuff up here, and why CCHL. So they come along here and they've done a fantastic presentation. I wouldn't be rushing back if this is the way we behave ourselves. So thank you very much.
I'll debate now. Not well written because it can't write and chair at the same time. But I just wanted to thank you for coming on. I didn't really do that properly when you first came, so thank you, and for front-footing about the sustainable terrace question that they had. So thank you for that. There is a flying pig in the room. Look, I'm actually happy with some aspects of this. The things that keep me quite excited about the plans for our companies are things like plans that Orion has to extend the electricity network and to make it more redundant. And they are looking at, providing electricity to three times as much at least of what they're doing currently. And I think that's super exciting. I like what the airport is doing with Kowhai Park and producing electricity, solar electricity. I think that's fantastic. I do have a bit of a problem with tariffs. I think if you look at what they've put into the statement of intent, the entire premise here is based on increasing amounts of air travel. Basically, it says we're already at pre-pandemic levels, and the whole basis is obviously to increase that. Yes, we do need to see the business case. Absolutely, I think it's very clever the way that this has been gone about, purchasing the land. It actually gives us opportunity, but how that progresses and whether we have enough input and the community feels like they have a real say in it is yet to be seen, I guess. So I personally am not happy with the wording that I can see here about the bullet points of their intentions over the next few years. But I am looking forward to having the airport come to talk to us about the process, and I do think as much of that should be public as possible because it's the public that care about this. We are public too, but it's for people both in Terrace and for the people of Christchurch because we're all shareholders as well as the government and other shareholders, so we've got to keep that in mind as well, that we're not the only shareholders. So I'll leave it at that. So now we'll, did you want to debate, Andre? I saw your finger move.
Thank you. Yeah, I will. I should and I will. Just the wording doesn't quite make sense to me, so I can't support E. Hence my questions. F, in terms of expressing concern, I don't think it necessarily makes a huge amount of sense to be expressing concern about a strategic direction we haven't necessarily seen or been briefed on. However, I don't agree it's drawing a line in the sand as such. I mean, a lot of this meeting here today has been expressing concern. Like the concern has already been expressed. I don't see a huge amount of harm in this resolution either. The concern does exist. I don't really see too many issues with expressing it. But we will see more of that strategic direction in the near future anyway. Living wage, definitely support the point around losing good people. Applies at the top, it also applies at the bottom, and it's a competitive wage market. So, yeah, the same principle applies in both E and H in that regard. So, happy to support F through I actually.
We'll vote on them
basis.
separately anyway, I think.
Yep.
So,
Yep, thank you.
Victoria, did you want to say anything?
No, I think it's all been well covered off. Thank you. Nothing to add.
Yep. You good? Yep. All right. So we'll go on to making the decisions now. So we'll do. Does everyone happy to vote for resolutions 1 and 2, A through D together?
Sorry, are you going to do the amendments first, so we know what's on and what's out?
No,
Well, they're not amendments. They're just we can.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So we'll do E first. So we've got the mover of Yanni, second Celeste. So all those in favour say aye.
E.
E. Would we like a division on this, or do we?
Yes, I think we should.
Yep. So division. We'll be done by 2.
Do this slowly because this is in manual order, so it's not the same as order that appears on the screen. So poor Jess here is going to have to take it and do it there. So noting that Councillor Templeton is standing back from this item, as is Councillor McDonald, and that Councillor McClellan and Councillor or Deputy Mayor Cotter are not here, I will do the remaining names. So Councillor Johansson.
Yes.
Councillor Moore.
No.
Councillor Donovan.
Yes.
Councillor Coker.
Yes.
Councillor Peters.
No.
The Mayor.
No.
Yep. Councillor Scandrett.
No.
Councillor Barber.
No.
Councillor Kean. No. Councillor Goff.
No.
Councillor Hinstock.
No.
Councillor Fields.
No.
Councillor Harrison Hunt.
No.
Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3 yeses, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 noes.
Right. So that's not carried. Okay. So we're on to F. I'll just let you move that down so I can read it. So F, expressed concern at the strategic direction of the airport to continue to progress an airport at Terrace due to cost and climate change impacts. Moviani, seconded Celeste. I think we should probably do a division again.
Okay, randomly generated again, and the first up is Councillor Kean.
No.
Councillor Hinstock.
No.
Councillor Moore.
Yes.
Councillor Scandrett.
No.
Councillor Harrison Hunt.
Yes.
Councillor Coker.
Yes.
Councillor Fields.
Yes.
Councillor Peters.
Yes.
The Mayor. Councillor Barber.
Nope.
Councillor Johansson. Yes. Councillor Donovan. Yes. Councillor Goff.
No.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 against.
So that's carried. Okay. G. Note that feedback from Sustainable Terrace Incorporated has been forwarded on to CCHL for consideration. So I think we probably can do that all together. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Anyone against? Great, that's carried. H, confirm council's expectation for living wage to be paid by all CCHL companies to all employees and suppliers. I think we can do that all together. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? So that's Aaron against, and Mark, and Phil, and Victoria.
And me.
And James. So that was 5. Just
James, Victoria.
Yeah, you're basically doing a division. Do you want a division?
in Mark.
Okay, division's good.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 against.
Yeah. 5 against, yeah. Yep, so that's passed. Okay, and then I request council be briefed on the current position in regards to Terrace Airport, the airport's intentions and planned progression from now, and council be kept informed throughout the process. Put that all together, or does anyone want a division?
I think we just do it. I think.
Yep. Okay, so all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against?
No.
Phil? Anyone else? Are you for, James?
Yeah, I think some people need some education, so why not?
Okay. Okay, so that's carried. Okay.
We're done now, aren't we?
Yeah. Now we've got resolutions 1 and 2.
Oh, the staff recommendations. That's right. Sorry.
Okay. Does anyone want a division for this? All right. So I would like to vote for 1 separately to 2. But I can just note that at the time. So all those in favour of resolutions 1 to 2?
Aye.
Anyone against? And just noting I'm against number 1. Okay, so that's carried. Right, I have no idea when we're coming back from lunch. What would you like to do, Sam? Now that you've eaten your lunch? No way.
2 o'clock is punishment for
2:30.
all the stupid questions.
2:30. I think we come back
I
at
think it was 2:30, I think is what he was saying. Yeah.
So what time are we coming back?
2:30.
Right, is everyone good? So, first up, let's get going. We're going. Yes, we're back to the resident survey. So, Andre, you've got the first question. Can everyone? I'm not going to get grumpy, but can everyone please? Yeah. I'd like to finish today. Would be good. So. She can come back whenever she wants. Andre, you got the first question.
Thank you. There's a question there. How satisfied or dissatisfied are you with the leadership of the mayor and councillors? My question is, my question is, if you'd consider in future, first off, separating the two, the mayor and councillors, but also breaking down these responses ward by ward. The reason I ask is a lot of us councillors might think we're tracking just fine in our job, but actually it could be that we could all do with a good kick up the arse once every 12 months via a resident survey. So, and I'll particularly be curious to see the satisfaction survey.
We're actually in a public meeting that people of Christchurch are paying for. Andre's asked a question, so we'll get the staff to answer it.
So it potentially could be broken down. I've probably got, I mean, I do have results by ward at the moment for each of those. How, I mean, it'll depend on how many people there are in each group to look at. But what, I mean, unless you were asking about a specific councillor by name, I mean, if someone says, how happy are you with the councillors? I mean, they may be in a particular location, but it may not be that they're talking about you specifically.
Understood.
So would that be, is there still value in that for you or not?
I guess my question is if you consider kind of where I'm going with that.
I understand what you do, what you're wanting, but I would actually, I mean, to probably give you information that would be useful to you individually, I would need to ask about specific councillors, and it comes down to
I
whether
think
you
what
really
Kath
want that.
is trying to say is that we're not going to pay for your private polling through resident surveys. So we move on to the next question, which is Sarah.
Thank you. Just back to the that data on the trust and confidence stuff again. I'm just wondering, we've got plans that we have. You know, it's relatively easy to say this is how we're going to fix potholes. We could put some more money on. We could do a roving footpath crew, those kind of things to fix those physical things. We've got some stuff from staff on the communications thing and engagement. When it comes to that trust and decision making in that space, do we have a plan to improve that space? Is that something that governance should be doing? Because that's one of the lowest scores that we've got. And is there a plan to help us lift that?
So I think what we have previously agreed with you on is that this is actually quite a challenging area to understand what the drivers are. And so the team is considering at the moment whether in fact we should be considering some kind of focus group or other qualitative mechanism to tease out what might be those drivers and therefore to gain more insight as to therefore what should we do. So rather than leap to action based on an overview, we are actively considering how might we gain better understanding of what specifically could be done to address some of these more intangible elements of the survey.
Yeah, and that would have to include work with governance, right? Because it's that decision making as opposed to the advice that councillors are getting that people are,
I'm not. Well, I
for
defer to Kath,
the
yeah,
fix
'cause-
after the potential.
So, for
focus group.
example, if you take the council makes wise spending decisions, so that would encompass your deliberations and your decisions relating to major resource allocations, such as the annual plan and such as the long-term plan.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure that exploring qualitatively what people think of that is necessarily going to lead you to a different result. But looking at trust transparency and confidence, that's
stuff.
the area
Yeah,
where
that's it.
qualitative exploration could be helpful.
And looking at what people's expectations are of that space and being able to quantify that for us would be really useful.
So a further just brief commentary is in terms of the attribute of wise spending decisions, I think one of the things that we all need to do, both councillors and staff, is to be able to articulate much more clearly why certain decisions have been made and the background behind them, because that is, I think, a gap in understanding with our communities at the moment.
Yeah, and so one last small thing. Most of the survey, because of the nature of it and everyone's focused on current stuff, is very BAU. When it comes to decision making for the future of the city, do we have a sense of whether people think we're heading in the right direction? You know, it's that kind of, because it's all very BAU, current state focused.
I suppose that the closest you get to that is decisions that are made in the best interests of the city. But we're thinking maybe what we need to do for next year is add another one in about some of the future-looking aspects of this, that decisions are made not just for now, but for future generations even. So we're thinking that that's probably one of the gaps that this is a new set that we were trialling this year, but we think that that's probably one area that
that would be good.
We might.
Yeah, because the best interests of the city in the LGA talks about for now and for future generations. So it'd be good to split that out. Thanks.
Great, Victoria.
Thank you, Sam. I was struggling with trying to understand exactly where the true value was in some of these results, given the broad-ranging responses that we get and recognising that we can't please everybody. But it's been really helpful to understand now that this information helps the heads of service build their plans and to inform where to set their goals as we head into the long-term plan. I felt that was a bit of an aha moment for me, and that little piece was missing. So given this is my first long-term plan, when the heads of service then come to present to us leading into the long-term plan, can we expect them to be cross-referencing some of the issues raised in the residents' survey against what their plans are? Because this will give us a clear opportunity to try and tie it all in together. And I'm not sure whether that happens already, but if it doesn't, it would be my request that it does.
Typically for the operational services, they'll give you levels of service, propose to you levels of service about speed, efficiency, responsiveness, all those hard measures, objective measures. Most of the big services will also have a resident survey result in there to indicate whether people are happy with that or not. It's part of that suite of how you view a big service. In there, they'll have their past performance against their resident survey question, and where possible benchmarks against other authorities, and what they're proposing to do. And in some cases, the really switched on heads will propose a series of increases over time. They won't say, I'm going to jump from 60 to 90% next year. They'll have it staggered and a plan behind how to achieve that. So yeah, it absolutely does inform their decision making, but it's not the only factor in what they do. They also have legislative rules they have to meet and so forth. So it's a bit of a mix of objective and subjective, and you'll see that in all the major activity plans that come to you.
Look, thank you for that. It really helps us to understand where to shine the torch, spotlight going into the into the long-term plan, and encourages us to ask the how. How are you going to do that? Thank you for that.
And Dawn just wanted to add something.
Just to add to that, Victoria. Do that. It didn't relate its resident survey data fully to its activity. Actually, although it's a good, it's not the whole population. So that balancing act around conflicting views has also got to be considered, and that's where your job comes in as elected members. That's all right.
Mel.
With the
with, sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what I'm going to say. Council decision making, have we looked into, or have we asked for further information with council decision making about specific things that they're unhappy with? Like, is there a follow-on, like, can you give us an example of a particular
It is actually broken down into a number of components, and they're asked what they see as the best aspects and the improvement aspects. And so we've got open-ended text around why people answered the way they did. So that information does go to business units.
So is it around they don't like a particular outcome, or is it more to do with the fact that they don't agree with the process?
We ask them to put aside the outcome of the decision and to focus on the processes that were used. I mean, and look, you still find that people do talk at times about outcomes, but they are asked to focus more on the processes. And for the most part, people do, and it's around things like not feeling listened to, feeling that there's an agenda that councillors and or staff come in with before decisions are made, that sort of thing.
Which essentially means they're not happy with the outcome, really, doesn't it?
Yeah, probably, yes, to a degree, but I think there is that feeling that the decision has already been made and that we're not listening to what the resident voices actually are, which probably reflects that third lowest one up there around being able to communicate clearly how their views have informed council decisions.
I'd just like to make a connection here with a conversation we had as part of the induction process, which is about how you potentially can signal predetermination. So to the extent that there's very clear communication about potential views or predetermination as we're going through a consultation process, members of the public, residents, will make the assumption that it's all been decided in advance. So that's why keeping the open mind, listening to evidence, listening to feedback is all part of the decision-making process. And the more we can do that cleanly, the better we are informing our residents about the way in which we make decisions.
But we have discussed before about particular examples where the community is asked to give their feedback about something, but the parameters of the changes that can be made have not really been clearly explained to people, so that their expectations of what potentially could happen are way off what we could afford or anything like that. So I think it's about communication during that process, isn't it?
I couldn't agree more.
Thank you. I was just wondering. I think it's really good to get the trends for recent years, but you know, one of the things we've been told is that roading satisfaction has been going down, but you can see very clearly. I just went back and looked at the 2009-10 survey, and we had roading was about 60%, so 63 or 64% roads and footpaths, so say mid 60s or low 60s. So I just wonder if we're able to get the kind of pre-earthquake satisfaction levels to contrast with the current ones. And I also wonder how we're telling the story of the earthquake repairs, that was going to be stronger, more resilient infrastructure. But actually what we've seen, and I think Peter alluded to this before, is we haven't really articulated the duration of the earthquake recovery that we need to terms of fixing our infrastructure back to where it was before the earthquake. And so I think people are struggling to understand. So I just wondered how we're planning on telling that story, because we're getting it on all our sort of individual reports, but we're not doing anything to sort of promote that big picture stuff. So can we benchmark from before the earthquake so we can see how we're tracking back or down?
The answer is yes, we can. The data's there. Quite a few of the heads of have a view that pre-earthquake data queers the pitch a bit in terms of understanding what's going on, because the results for some things were so much higher pre-earthquake. But the data is there. I just want to stress one thing, though, that the work Kath does is about supplying the intelligence, not the solutions across all our services, which really rests with the heads of. in their activity planning. So I'm not resiling from the question. I'm just saying I don't know if Kath can answer at a technical level how we'll do some of these things.
So at a high level, I guess what I'm really interested is how do we address that roading one, which has been probably had the most common top feedback year after year after year. The resident survey has come through LTPs and annual plans repeatedly, and yet we still don't really seem to be making a dent in it. And you know, we're sort of, yeah. I'm just curious, like, you know, is there stuff that you can think of that we could do? Reprioritisation, for example, of existing spending, do more road renewals, for example.
So I think there has been. So, for example, my understanding is in the last LTP, we doubled the amount of money allocated to roading for the current 10 years. In the annual plan for 23-24, we're moving from approximately 100 million to 140 million in transport. So there is no doubt that additional spend is going on budget to address a wide range of transport, not just fixing roads, but a wide range of transport needs. The issue is we need to deliver on that and ensure that it's put into place before people recognise it. So to the extent that we can accelerate and move forward with those projects, you would expect there would be some level of lift and satisfaction as we start to deliver on that increased level of spend.
Did you get a sense of the dissatisfaction with the central city? It's come through in some of our annual plans or LTPs around people concerned at the huge amount of focus on the central city versus the suburbs not getting their fair share. Did that sort of come through?
Necessarily, but I mean, there still is a degree of east-west divide in terms of perception of money and resourcing being put in. One thing that I would say in terms of the roading this year is that the potholes are back as a big issue. They sort of dropped off the radar a little bit last year, but they're back with a vengeance in terms of people's perception of them being an issue again this year.
So I guess I completely agree with where Yanni's coming from in terms of the transport stuff. So I guess the question would be, and I completely get what you're saying, Peter, in terms of it's, you know, you're providing the information to us to, and it's heads of service that act on it. What would be the way forward, appreciating we've got the LTP, you know, striking 1st of July, it will be 30th of June 24.
Yeah.
What's the way forward for the next 12 months where we can get some easy wins on lifting that satisfaction in transport? And you may not have the answers now. I guess what I'm asking for is what's the mechanism to get something fed back to us to make some interim changes, which is what you're saying, Yanni, isn't it? So.
Yeah, because I mean, currently we're deferring road renewals, like Condo Ave is a classic example. And, you know, to put it in context, we're being asked to make a whole bunch of decisions today about spending a whole bunch of extra money, and yet that some of those change requests are greater than the entire sum we've got to fix the earthquake damage in Bromley.
Yeah.
So I can see why people are upset.
Yeah. So
and I guess at our level, we
might
need
just
to
get
know
them to try and answer
what the process is to reprioritise.
So there's two parts here. I'm not going to second guess Lynette's technical answer because she knows a lot more about roads than I do. But Yanni's question is instructive because it goes to Victoria's question about how this works. In the last LTP, the result was similar. It was a similar result for roading, and it provoked a conversation around the council table. We're at 2% resurfacing per annum of the network. And that will take 30-something years to get us back to pre-quake levels. So that the decision from council was to boost that to 5%, which was, as Lynn said, a significant funding boost. So the plan showed a response to the resident survey, like intelligence response. Delivery becomes the issue now, in that we're not at 5%. So there's a difference between the delivery issue and a planning issue. The planning worked as it was meant to do. The council responded to the community's message. The delivery is where we're not there.
On that, because I think it's a really fair point, is I guess the question that I have, seeing what we've done, is we've got road resurfacing or reactive renewals that are making the road in a worse condition. What we really needed, I guess I'm just trying to understand, are we doing the wrong thing? Like, should we be doing actually road capital renewals or formal renewals rather than just the resurfacing? Is there anything that's coming through?
So that really is a question for Lynette.
Yeah. Where I'm trying to get, because I think Yanni and I are on the same page with it. What I'm trying to get to is what is the mechanism we can use for the next 12 months while we wait to strike the LTP to get some easy wins to help improve that satisfaction.
Okay, well, the budget there for increased roading resurfacing is still there. So it really becomes a discussion between Lynette and council about execution. It's not a planning issue because the money's sitting there.
Yeah. So hang on. So it might be a question for Dawn as the chief exec. What's something we can do in terms of that so I think you've captured what we're saying, which is, it's obviously an area where we can get some runs on the board to help lift that satisfaction. What's the interim solution we can have, acknowledging we've made a lot of progress anyway, but what can we do for the next 12 months, and how can that be fed back to council so it's something tangible?
Yeah, I'm not going to answer on the spot, Sam, because I think we need to go, in light of what we put in the LTP, where is that performance in relation to what we were expecting? And if it's not sat at the 5% level, wherever it might be, how do we get it up to that level? And how do we make sure we can deliver the programme as expected? And then importantly, describe what that future programme in year actually is, so people know what's coming when. Will be part of the big issue, I think, as well.
Probably one thing though, I agree, but what would be really nice to feed into maybe our final annual plan consideration is just if we can get a steer from transport on where the pressure points are, so that we can kind of make the areas that are going to lift that improvement deliverable for the next 12 months.
Yeah, we'll have a look at that.
Can you take that away? And
sure. Yeah,
great, perfect. Thank you for that. Okay, so Pauline, are you happy to move it? Yeah, Aaron's going to start the debate. I'm happy to move it. Pauline, you happy to second it? Happy to second it. So we'll kick off with Aaron, and then we'll go around depending on.
Okay, so I'm not surprised by the survey results. Certainly the feedback I get when I'm out and about in multiple communities is pretty much exactly what you're seeing here. So I have no problems with this at all. In fact, I quite welcome it. And I have my iPad open on the page that's up there. Lowest scoring, council makes wise spending decisions, value for ratepayers' money, council communicates clearly how views have informed decisions, not dissimilar to other big councils. Didn't mean to read the last line. My point is, the people aren't happy with the decisions we're making, but we keep making those decisions. And we've moved our our transport spend from 100 million to 140 for multiple transport projects. The feedback you will get, if your ears are open, is just fix the bloody roads. I didn't mean to use that word, but that's the words that the public of this city use. They look you in the eye, they point at you with a finger, and they tell you to deliver that. That is our lowest score, is roading, and then our decision-making around that. If we fix that, the rest will follow. It will all fall into place if we just get that right, because people use the roads every single day. So if this is a council that's going to spend public's money wisely, in the coming weeks, we will go into this annual plan, we will listen to the population, or we won't. We'll just carry on our merry way, and we'll have the same results next year, or we'll listen, and we won't have the same results. This will track north, and it will track north quickly if we fix the roads, listen to the public. End of debate.
Thank you. Hey, look, this is really helpful. I personally think that communication is a huge part of this resident survey response. I think council needs to be and concentrate on being far more proactive. We need to inform people and we need to reach people. We need to create easy paths for them to follow if they have a query of any sort. And a lot of people out there are sort of lost of where to go to get an answer. So we could do that perhaps through the website. I don't know, to make it a really easy one click. Do you have a question? And these are options, drop down options of where you can go. And I know we have Snapsend Solve and all that, but to have that really emphasised in various places is really important. So communication is a big one to work on, and we know that. Trust and confidence was another one, and I think that's a very hard thing to gain in the first place, but to regain if it's lost is even more difficult. So it's not surprising if people feel a bit that way and they can concentrate on negative stuff. But it leads me to the question, and it's a bit like how Tyrone referred to it, what is the reason for this loss, and could it be tied to post-event trauma? And so the fact that we see these surveys are not very much different across New Zealand, that I think we've been through a lot as a country. So, there's possibly reasons there. I'm not trying to, make excuses, but I think there could be an allowance for that. Look, some people are never going to be happy with our decisions because you can't please everybody. And roads are a very difficult one. They're often rainfall related. In Christchurch, we get potholes appearing after every rain. As we know, we do have money in the annual plan now to do this, Phil's idea here. Let's give that a chance to get implemented before we jump up and down. So this council has a focus on continual improvement, and this survey is an excellent tool to help us get there. So it's a tool. There's a big piece of work in this, and it provides helpful guidelines for our direction as governors. So I'm really happy to receive this without being critical, but with looking for the improvements and the actions from it. Thank you.
Oh, it's on my screen, not yours. You're fine. You had another 4 minutes. No. Yanni, and then Mark. Yep. And then Phil. Yep.
Thank you. I appreciate getting this information, and it's like, in my view, as Councillor Kewen said, this isn't surprising. This is what people have been telling us time and time again, and we haven't really made the significant prioritisation to deal with the earthquake damage that exists in our city. Unfortunately for council, we assumed that government would not have a cap on the infrastructure repairs. That's why we signed the cost share. But there was wording put in that none of us were aware of, apart from those who signed it, that limited government's responsibility around fixing our infrastructure back to an overall network usage, rather than actually getting the new resilient infrastructure, that stronger infrastructure that we thought we were going to get. This council made a decision to stop road renewals on the basis that as the earthquake repairs were done, we would renew our roads, and therefore we would put the money that we had on budget for renewals into the earthquake repairs. Tragically, what's happened is that the design standards were changed, the scopes were changed, and we got a whole bunch of patch repairs to our roading network, which are probably now failing if they haven't failed already, and are leading to greater costs for us in terms of asset management, greater levels of dissatisfaction, and we still haven't put the budget that we need for road renewal back on in place of the one that we substituted. So I think we do have a very serious situation where we've had asset management people that we've employed to bring in independent experts who have given us very, very good advice that at some stage as a city, we can't keep doing the new gold plating of stuff that we think we would love to do and that everyone feels good about, when we've got very real financial challenges with our existing infrastructure that's deteriorating at such a rate that it's costing us way more than what it should. And so, we've had people at the end of this table giving us that advice. We've had significant amounts of work done around asset management, and yet we still seem to be having this problem where we're not getting the resources and the prioritisation of the basic roading infrastructure in the city. Now, I appreciate that is also compounded by the fact that we've got a whole bunch of water services, again, which the Crown did not fund getting repaired after the earthquake, that we're now busily funding. And of course, the dilemma is you can't really fix the road, renew the road, until you do the water services that are underneath. So I appreciate that that's taking time, and I appreciate that we've got a lot of work going on in terms of that wastewater network and water supply network that's being done. But I do think this falls back on us as a council around where our priorities are. We need to listen to what people are telling us, and we need to make significant changes to our roading budgets to start renewing the roads that are in really poor shape and the footpaths that are in really bad shape around our city. I think it comes back to us.
Thank you. I wholeheartedly agree with Councillor Keown and Johansson there. Roading being one of the highlights, or lowlights, shall we say, of this residents' survey, kind of gives us a pretty clear steer as to where we need to start putting our focus. And with that, I think the focus needs to be on the basics. Yeah, let's get these roads back up to a reasonable standard. The resident dissatisfaction with our prioritisation is kind of standing out quite clearly in this survey as well. So I think as a council, we need to take a very close, hard look at what we're prioritising and make sure we are doing the basics well. and getting what the people want and need before we go for the gold plating options or options that only a few of the residents are going to be making use of rather than the minority. There's also, of course, the idea of the water supply. I hear Councillor Johansson there saying that the government got off too early and we've got too much leaking infrastructure. There's also potential problems with the fact that we're now going to be forced to chlorinate our water in its entirety. One of the things I've picked up recently was that by putting chlorine into our network, it can actually cause damage to the network as well, which causes more leaks. So we're compounding the problem. So we're on a bit of a hiding to nothing on that one. But I think as a council, we really do need to look at ourselves, look at the priorities that we're putting past this table, and make sure we're getting it right for the people so that we can get the people's trust back into what we're doing and realise that we are spending their money wisely, because it's not our money, it's theirs. And we need to do what the city needs to get back on its feet and to earn the reputation and trust back into this council and use this as a steer going forward. I'm really pleased to hear that the heads of service pick up this survey and prioritise on it. I really, put our faith in their hands in this, and hopefully we can have a good steer coming into the long-term plan so that we can stop the insanity of keeping on doing what we're doing, thinking we can get a different result, because that's just crazy. Thank you.
I'd like to take a slightly different tack and thank staff for the amazing amount of data we've got here, and for those staff within the organisation who work every day to try and do what they can to improve our city. We see time and time again that the results that we get for people who have interactions with our staff are fantastic. People ring the call centre, they interact with our park rangers, they go to our libraries, and they love that stuff. I think that as an elected council, we need to be super clear when we communicate with our communities that we hold the ultimate responsibility as elected members for the direction of this council and for the budgeting choices and roading maintenance and all of that kind of stuff. This is not the council organisation's fault for this stuff. This is decisions that successive councils have made over time to prioritise one thing or another. Often that priority, especially post-quake when everyone was really struggling, so you can understand why, often that decision was between roading maintenance and rates rises. And what I hear out in the community is that people, and what we see in the submissions for the annual plan, is that people don't mind their rates going up a bit as long as they can see what it's used for. What people really hate is their rates going up and the road's still not being fixed. And so what we need to do is we need to put rates up enough that we can meet people's expectations. And I think that if we're able to do that, then I think people will be much happier. The reality is we've artificially kept them in a place where we're not able to do what the community expects of us. And that comes to our water as well. We've had discussions over the last couple of councils where people haven't wanted to put on the money that was required because they had a figure in their head that they didn't want to go past. It's a really tough conversation to have with our communities. Wellington is having it now. They're admitting that years of underinvestment in their infrastructure has meant that they have a larger rise now if they want to actually get up to where they need to be. We had terrible earthquakes, and Yanni's right on that. And I think that people forget that it takes a really, really long time to get our infrastructure back up to where it should be. People's expectations of how quickly that would happen and who would pay were out of whack with reality. So thanks again to staff. Amazing job in so many areas.
Cool. Victoria.
Thank you, Sam. I too would like to say a big thank you to the staff who've worked incredibly hard, and they do every day to really make a difference. And a particular shout out to my own staff at the Papanui and Redwood Libraries. I'm there every week and I get to see firsthand the amazing mahi that the staff do dealing with the public day in and day out. And thank you also, Peter, and your team who have spent some time with me one-on-one so I can actually understand this a little bit more. I'm very appreciative of that. Like some of the other councillors, I'm also not surprised by the results, particularly the lowest scoring items, with not spending wisely being a recurring theme. Let's not underestimate the effect that the central government policy and funding has on our organisation and the disruption that it caused to us all over the park and the knock-on effects with our budgets, our delivery and our prioritisation. I don't really know what the answer is to alleviating that impact, but I think we really need to be cognisant of that. Effective communication is the key to our success, is a big part of our success. And I'm really looking forward to hearing from Katie and her team as to what we've got coming up and the changes and the things that we're going to do going forward. I quite liked Mark's words about stopping the insanity. Yet we've got an opportunity with our long-term process coming up, and I want to remind my colleagues to make sure that we keep these results front and centre of our decision-making. When we're looking at how we're going to be spending, we need to keep that front of mind, making wise spending decisions, giving our ratepayers value for money, clearly communicating with our residents what we're doing and why we're doing it. And finally, my final point really is that we have to start protecting our local democracy, and I think we need to start pushing back at central government, realising the impact that some of their decision has on us and us as an organisation, and also on our ratepayers. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. This is actually a very good survey. Once again, it shows us our worst performers. A month ago, I was asked by a councillor my thoughts on the trust and confidence figure that had not got any better in the resident survey, especially because I had campaigned on it. But on the whole, the survey is not all that bad. We must listen to the residents who continue to complain about roads and footpaths, our number one winner by far. I say again that if we fix residents' concerns on roads and footpaths, the trust and confidence figure will look after itself. Just throwing money at resurfacing roads with chip is not necessary. The answer is we need to do the important things that are causing our residents concern. This report shows where we have work to do, so I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Good, everyone. I'll make it short and sweet. The only thing I wanted to really address is around the definition of gold plating things, when they are all extremely subjective. For example, what we see in our survey today is a contrasting amount of feedback, and a lot of them tend to be generational, if anything, including the differences of ethnicities and their thoughts on certain services within our council. So when we think about something like gold plating, I'll talk about cycleways. They are an essential part of infrastructure for a high school student, particularly in Christ College, who have talked about that quite a lot. There are many things across the board, including young families who want to go to Pioneer Recreation Centre and have fun with their daughter or son, such as myself, by teaching them how to swim and have cheap and accessible swimming lessons, which are really important, not one, for social benefit, but two, for our swimming literacy, when our central government are not quite keen to jump on that either. So just remember that whenever we're talking about gold plating things, somebody's going to take away from something else. And I'm not against gold plating our road works. I'm not against gold plating our community services. I'm not against gold plating our water works, our 3 waters, because all of them are really beneficial to a really well operating society, including our community. There are also the ones that we don't quite consider all the time, and that is those future rate players that are going to be telling our council in a few years, for example, if they're year 13, in about 5 years' time, they might be telling us that they don't trust us. It's going to be really simple in the fact that we want to try and build the trust from that younger generation to show that actually we care about everybody here, and we're willing to invest in infrastructure and roading, including making sure that others who are not able to vote yet are well looked after too. Kia ora.
Kia ora. I'll be pretty quick. I'm going to start by quoting Dale Carnegie, who is the author of the world's first and seminal self-help book, which is any fool can criticise, condemn and complain. and most fools do. But it takes character and self-control to be understanding and forgiving. So I guess I'm coming from a perspective where we are, we're obviously in a bit of a bad spot with the way that our people, our communities see us, but we have to be change makers in that space. We have to listen, but we can actually be at the forefront of change and a change of perception and direction for our communities. So, when we go out and criticise our own staff and our own processes, what the hell do we expect our communities to do? So rather than lead a council based on reckons and hot takes, what I would really love to see is us extolling the virtues of our city, talking about the wonderful things that we have in our city, and try to lead a city where people are proud of their city and excited about where we're going with our city, and don't just focus on the fact that climate change and rainfall has created a pothole in the middle of their pristine road, but actually we live in a world-class city with world-class facilities in a world-class country, and we should be proud of that.
You can't please all the people all the time, and that's just a fact. And we've got a lot of things happening to us as a community and as a country and as society. We are becoming more aware of global warming and the climate issues. That wasn't here 30 years ago, 20 years ago, wasn't at the forefront 10 years ago. It is really accelerated. So those issues are really important and worrying people, and quite rightly. We've been forced the intensification, which argue one way or the other, but as you go into your communities, half of them, you could say, are right into it, other half aren't. The being dictated with regards to not requiring off-street parking. These things have been forced on us by Wellington, and people look at the council as being the messenger or it's our fault. That's just a fact. We've got to go on and we've got to remember what we've got to do, and that is the best that we can do for our ratepayers, and that's what we should be concentrating on. Tyler mentioned about the swimming. Only sport in the world that will teach you to save your life. Absolutely essential for everybody. Those things are important. Cycleways. The best thing about Park Terrace was it showed that you do not need to build and I'm not going to use the G word, but to big infrastructure when those new ones, you look at them and they're not new. I've seen them in New York and London where they are used all the time. So we could achieve more doing less. And by less, I mean it's just you don't have to dig up a road. So we can actually achieve a lot more about how we do that. But we've got to concentrate on our bread and butter. And that is, I think, what the message is put forward and being told to us by our communities. We've got fantastic staff at the coalface, whether they're rangers or the call centres or the libraries or cleaning out the gutters just before a rain. If you go out there in some of those storms and seeing the guys working out there, and I use the term unisexual, it's horrid work, but they get out and they do it. Does anyone go? Did any of you stopped and said, "Oh, good on you, thanks a lot"? Very few people do, but they're out there doing it. So I think we've got to concentrate on our bread and butter, because if you look at what's happening in Australia, if you think that our OCR is going to stop where it is, Australia has amazing natural resources, and they are predicting to go down big time. They're expecting their GDP to be at 1.5, which has never been in probably the last 40 years. Major infrastructure companies and building companies are plummeting and going under every week. So and that's a ripple. And with their natural resources keeping their spine together, we don't have that. So I think we talk about we might have to put our rates up or down or whatever. What we've got to do is concentrate on what the core things are that affect our people, and that's what we've got to concentrate on, because we've got some hard times coming. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, look, roads and footpaths are a good start, but if we look in the survey in the areas that do have pretty good roads, they don't trust council either. So it's going to take a lot more, but that is a good start. It will take a lot more. A big takeaway from me is staff score much higher than us in the survey. They score much higher than us. I Yeah, I see a thumbs up there, Dawn. Rightful brag on that one. Another big takeaway from me here is something we've scored very low on. The council communicates clearly with residents about how their views have informed council decisions. Now, that's something that we can all individually be doing. That's nothing we could ever blame central government for, or extreme weather events, earthquakes. There is nothing stopping us from aiming to improve how we personally communicate on those types of issues. So I see this as a challenge to us, and there's certainly many things we can do that are totally within our control as individuals as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. Look, I'm really glad that we do resident surveys. If we don't go out and seek this information, then how do we know how well we're doing? And, you know, we have to be open to learn. We have to be putting this out there all the time. And any information we get back is a success. You know, we learn more from our failures than we ever will from our successes. So we have to put it out there and be constantly reminded of the things that we need to work on, you know, moving forward. You know, I think Christchurch has been through some of the most extraordinary events in, you know, of any city in any part of the world. It really is extraordinary what we've been through. But I think we're in a position to move forward positively. And, you know, look, at the end of the day, we come to work to solve problems. You know, if we weren't here to solve problems, we wouldn't be here. And that's what we're presented with every single day. So we shouldn't feel bad when the residents aren't happy. We should learn from them and try to solve those problems. Thank you.
Look, just very briefly before we put it to a vote, obviously just first to thank the team for pulling this together. I naturally am someone that's always liked polls, and I kind of take this as the most scientific poll you're going to get in Christchurch in terms of the issues facing people. And I think, you know, the good thing is we can always have confidence in the information you're providing. The real challenge, and like you've said, is that you're the conduit of the information, but again, it's up to us to make informed decisions which shift that dial. And I agree entirely with what Yanni said, you know, in terms of what we should be looking for is those easy wins on the board that help lift that residents' satisfaction. And I, you know, look forward to the Chief Executive providing some advice on that as we look to finalise the annual plan, particularly around transport. Because I think, as you know, Sarah mentioned, there have been decisions made since the earthquake which have changed necessarily some of the priorities. But where we really need to focus is around not necessarily putting more money on budget, but actually delivering what we've got on budget. And everyone around this table knows that we've had that challenge for many years. We're getting it more accurate, but actually, if we're sacrificing renewals to do different transport projects, then actually that isn't necessarily the answer to drive up resident satisfaction. And so I just want to acknowledge what Yanni's been saying in that respect. The other thing is, you know, it's really easy to be critical of the organisation, but there's a lot of very good information in this. And even if you look at, you know, our targets around levels of service and the satisfaction we hit with them, you know, the significant increase, I think, from 2019 is something that's actually really useful for us to do. So while we should always look at how we continuously improve, certainly in the time I've been here, we need to acknowledge how far we've come as well. And that even goes in the communication space. I think we can always improve on it, but actually I think there's been a noticeable increase in how we communicate. We're always going to get things wrong. It's the nature of having so many different facets of an organisation dealing with so many issues, you know, some of them immediately. But ultimately, I think the way we're doing it now is far better than it potentially has been for quite some time. And yeah, I mean, I think ultimately the other thing we need to seriously look at going into the next resident survey is around those things we don't have control over. You know, quite frankly, if the people of Christchurch shouldn't be marking us down on things we don't have control over. And I look at, you know, the chlorination of water at the moment. You know, is it right that we get bashed up constantly over the leaking of the network when fundamentally that has caused significant impact for the last 5 years? Secondly, is it right that we can be criticised for having to chlorinate the water when we have no legislative ability to change that? So I just think as we go through this, we shouldn't look to kick ourselves constantly. We need to have a sensible, we need to make some sensible amendments to the survey to ensure that the decisions we make are fundamentally going to drive, you know, what we can control in the city. I think everyone shares that aspiration for Christchurch, but at the same time, we need to put tangible marks on the board, even in this annual plan, to make sure we lift that difference. You know, I think the biggest thing that I took out of this when we were first briefed on the numbers is that actually, you know, I like to think in this last wee while we've kind of stopped the bleed of that dissatisfaction with council, and now it's upon all of us to go, how do we make tangible wins, particularly over this next 12 months, to do that. So I'm looking forward to seeing that advice, and I know Dawn will be working away on it this afternoon to pull forward that. Yeah, you and me both. So if we, but looking at how we put runs on the board for that. So yeah, thank you again for the work you're doing. I think it's a good reflection of the value we have and the breadth of experience and talent we have within the whole organisation, that actually the front-facing staff are rated so highly by our community, and it's upon us to look at how we can support them as well. So we'll put that to the vote. All in favour? Against? That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the next one, Linda, have you got anything you want to add on item 13? I'm happy to move it. The Civic Financial Services. Tim's happy to second it. Are there any questions? No. All in favour? Against? That's carried. Are you going to work on it now, Dawn? No. Oh, thanks. Great, okay. Lynette, item 14. Rapidly Shag Rock. So this one is. Do you want to? I mean, a 15-second explanation. Well, everyone will take
really
paper as
quick
read.
explanation. Yeah. It's a drawdown from the. This is a requested drawdown for the final charges that have been worked through in the final completion of this contract. A requested drawdown from the contingency that was set.
Oh, you're happy to? I thought you had a question. Melanie's happy to move. Do you have a question? Is someone going to happy to second? You're happy to second it. Phil will second it. Question.
Lynette, so this is a contingency that's left over. Is it?
This is the contingency that was set as part of the shovel-ready agreement. So when we set the shovel-ready projects up, there was a contingency against every project, and the agreement was if we wanted to draw that down, we had to come and ask we had to do this.
Yeah, I'm just surprised it's such a small number that you're asking us for. I'm not saying they should be charged more.
We're only asking for what we need.
Yeah, so is there more contingency left in this job?
No, there isn't.
No, it's the last of it.
So that's using it all up?
Yeah, it only had a reasonably small contingency over it anyway.
Okay, and so what was the total number for a start? Do you know off the top of your head?
Total project number?
Yeah.
Yeah, Rapa Nui Shake Rock Section 3, 7.8 million.
7.8? Okay, and have we used any, sorry, is this all the contingency there was, or have we used more contingency and this is just the last of it?
Yeah, this is just the last of it.
So how much was the contingency?
Was about 10% in total for Rapa Nui 3.
700 grand sort of thing. Okay. Yeah, good question. A good answer. Why you come to such a small amount? One of the things that is in there that is there's 145 grand for extra planting. What is that for? Can we put more plants in, or maintenance of plants?
Can I just suggest that we talk through what the reasons for the additional, the costs are that we've come through in a holistic way, and then if we get this, hopefully that'll cover the question.
Yeah.
Can you talk to why we need the extra money?
Yep. So just as a matter of background, Rapa Nui 3 is the last section of the suite of projects, including Rapa Nui 1, which is essentially from town right down to the Furumi Bridge. So Rapa Nui 3 is the last section of that. So going to the detail in terms of the variation kind of breakdown, it's probably a suite of reasons, but the top three would be it was an elongated start on site where the contractor back in January 2001 had about a 4 months delay in terms of starting on site due to COVID-19 within their project management team. That essentially delayed the start, and what that did was a series of knock-on effects on temporary management, the construction methodology. Second one is probably we are working along the estuary edge, so there were poor ground condition in terms of soft ground and contaminated materials. That was a sizable variation in terms of, yes, we did do quite early works in terms of investigation, potholing, etc., but the quantum of contaminated materials was far different than what was allowed for in the contract. And the third one was relates to a change in the electrical route of where the cable are, and that's for the two signalized intersections where we had to do some new electrical power to the location. Orion's, we did some, again, very early investigation work, but the route changed when we arrived on site.
Okay, and did we have extra planting in what we did as well?
Yeah, and we've got to remember, Rapanui 3 was through the Charlesworth Reserve, which is obviously an ecological sensitive area. We work in conjunction with the parks team, whereby the pathway needs to be screened away from the roosting birds. So that was extra and over.
So the whole job was 7 odd million, and roughly speaking, the contingency was 10%, 700,000.
Yep.
All of that, the whole lot, is all shovel-ready money. None of it has come from us.
That's all shovel-ready money.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, no, the contingency comes from us, sorry. The contingency is ours, is our money. And
Okay.
just to clarify, the cost to implement for this project was 9 million.
Oh,
The
not
project's 9 million, the contract was 7 million.
Right, okay. And do the project managers, are they I don't know how to say it, VLOS or VOS or?
They're the designers,
Yeah,
our
designers,
consultants.
Yeah, and they're the project managers as well? Or
No,
just-
this is the project manager, sorry, Adrian.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, no, thank you.
So just one to clarify from me, just around, because that point around, I think Leah's just highlighted it for you. Just in terms of the comments about the contingency, so can you just clarify, is it 10% or is it the 399 that we're asking today? Have we?
399 that we're asking today.
Yeah. So the other 200 odd goes back into the contingency pot.
It was already part of it.
So is it just the way that's written?
I think it's the way that that's written. So the total cost to implement includes the 399 that we're asking to bring down today. So the 9 million includes the 399 that we're asking to draw down today, because that is a cost to the contract.
The way it's written.
I think it's the way it's written.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So just one more. Sorry.
Yep. No, it's fine.
So the number that I thought it was 7, but you said it's 9, Lynette, was it? Sorry.
The contract was 7.8.
Sorry.
The contract was stop. The contract was 7.8.
Yeah.
The total cost to implement the project was 9.3.
Right. Okay. No, thank you.
Well, that's with all the other costs that we have to pay for.
Yanni.
Thank you. I'm just trying to understand, how do we, I mean, this basically, do you know what the distance is of this stage? Because I'm just trying to work out what the
total kilometres for Rapanui 1, 2, and 3 is
just for
three. It's about Rapanui 3 is about 7.4
from Charles.
No, from
Linwood Canal to Tidal.
From Linwood Canal to Ferrymead Bridge, it's about 2.9.
Right. I'm just wondering, like, how do we benchmark the cost of doing these MCRs? Because I mean, $8 million or $9 million.
We can probably do that in the next one.
Yep.
Right.
I suggest we do
I'm just
cover that
keen.
in the next
We'll
one.
just, if we just focus on this 399.
In terms of the contingency, like, I'm just sort of struggling to understand, if we commit this money, this is money that we already have on budget, but we can't just end up with the exact amount of contingency that we've got on budget. So is there money left over, or is there money that we're taking from somewhere else? I don't get.
Yeah. So this 399 is coming. The money is coming from the Rapanui Shack Rock program level. So the suite of program is broken down to 3 sections of Rapanui 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, cool.
This contingency that we're asking for is within that suite of Rapanui program of works.
Right. So how much contingency is left once we spend this in that program?
Yeah, there's a tiny amount left in the program after that. A few $1,000, I think. There's a tiny amount left. I can't tell you what the exact amount is right off the top of my head.
All right, so
the
I'm
program
just
had
conscious-
an amount. This is the
So we've got
assessment of the.
You can do it if you like.
Okay. And will we get a closeout report when this is done, just to look at why we've had the cost increases? Okay, thanks.
Great. So we've got a mover and a seconder. All in favour? Any discussion? All in favour?
Right.
Against? That's carried. Thank you.
You need to go and look at it.
Lynette, you're up for the next one.
I'll run through we've got a very quick presentation today of just half a dozen or so slides. Very quickly, we're coming to talk to you about the shovel-ready projects that are all major cycleway routes that are funded through the shovel-ready funding. This follows on from a briefing we had on the 16th. And the routes that we are talking about in this report are South Express, Norwest Arc, particularly Section 3, Northern Line and Section 2 of Heathcote Expressway. And we are looking to give you some information regarding the challenges that we've got moving forward and how we're suggesting to move this forward. Shovel-ready applications, just a quick little bit of background and reminder, requested in April 2020, COVID lockdown, we had tight timelines for deliverables. We also had a very difficult environment of trying to gather information because we were all in lockdown. At the time, we, as an organisation, submitted applications for 5 projects, 2 MCRs, which in fact were Norwest Arc and South Express, and 3 roading projects. The 3 roading projects were declined, and we were requested to put in a bid for some more MCRs, which we put 3 more in. At the time, we only had time to use the information which we had, which was the information that we had, the budgets effectively that we had on budget in the LTP at that time. There was very little assessment done of that and very little detail in the risk assessments. And our interfaces with third parties, particularly Kiwi Rail, weren't fully understood at that stage. So just to remind you, we have agreements with Otakaro, Raupanga, that we need to adhere to in delivering these projects and invoicing the shovel-ready money. We've got to deliver as agreed. We have signed up and said we're responsible for all overruns and shortfalls, hence we have program level contingencies for each of the routes and the report we've just been through. So that's the process we go through. If we don't and we can't demonstrate that we have money on budget to cover any cost overruns, they do reserve the right to suspend funding, terminate the agreement, carry on with the works, recover the costs from there's all sorts of things they reserve the right for. So, but it's all there in the agreement and we have been through it before. We have, working through this, we are coming to you today with the fact that we cannot deliver these routes for the same amount of money that we had 3, 4, 5 years ago, had on budget. There are 3 main reasons. Site-based factors include the unforeseens that you often get around ground conditions. We are seeing more and more of that. We're often working through areas that have less and less stability underneath them. Utility company upgrades and changes to utility networks can and are continuing to cause us increased cost changes that will continue to increase into the future. And we're also seeing real challenges around the Kiwi Rail interfaces, and that's mainly around cost and time frame uncertainty. The longer something takes to build, the more it costs, which brings us to the last one, which is the inflation factors that we are seeing at the moment, which are unprecedented from what I've seen in the last 15 years at council. Most indices are putting this up around 15 to 19% between 2020 and 2023, so far above what we expected. There are legal implications if we don't complete the routes. We will have gaps in the network. We will potentially, if we don't do the work, leave some site hazards, particularly at some of the level crossings. And if they're left to complete at a later date, like we said, things just keep getting more and more expensive. So very briefly, these are the numbers that we're looking at against each of the crossings. Now, I just would like to highlight the Northern Line. At the time we bid this, we bid 2 parts to the Northern Line. One was to complete the Northern Line corridor works, and one was to complete a number of crossings. So that was, the crossings part was in addition to the MCR program. So there's a combination of those cost increases in the number for Northern Line. At the present time, none of this, we are not asking for any of this to be included. We are proposing that this is included as part of the 24-34 long-term plan. We will need to go and have a conversation with, how do we say it?
Raupanga.
Raupanga. I haven't practiced that one, sorry guys. We are getting all of the works and all of the routes and other projects, to be fair, that we've got on program and reviewed by an independent quality assessor. We're also doing some work with an independent rail expert. And the other thing that we have done and we've been doing up to this point and working very hard to try and get to this point is to give you as much certainty as we can around the risks. So we've been really clear around where there's risk and where there isn't. And that's between us and the contractors if we've got them locked in. We have looked at alternatives. We could ask for this additional funding as part of the annual plan process. We still think there's a level of confidence that's lacking around current forecasts, so we need to keep doing that work. We could cancel the remaining work once the existing budgets are exhausted. That is an option that is coming through that is put there in the report. Again, that probably puts us at bigger risk with Raupanga. So that's why we're suggesting we continue the discussions with the agency and Raupanga, and we continue the discussions and we look to build it in as part of the long-term plan. So I've got another slide, and that's it for me. So that's why our proposal is that. Thank you.
Thanks so much for that. Just checking on 3.9 there, it's talking about no additional funding in this annual plan, and that there's enough budget to keep the projects going until we make the LTP decision.
Yep.
However, the Heathcote Expressway is due to be finished during financial year 24 over summer.
So the Heathcote Expressway, I should have highlighted in that presentation, there are still 2 or 3 sites we do want to talk to Raupanga about taking out of the scope. So the Heathcote Expressway, the additional funding for Heathcote Expressway is purely for the Scruttons Road crossing.
Okay. Yeah.
So we'd like to lift that out as a separate standalone project because we think it's going to be delayed with Kiwi Rail issues anyway. The rest of the route will be finished with the existing budget.
Yeah, and the crossing doesn't impact the actual cycle route itself. It's access to the cycle route because the cycle route goes past the railway line, not over it.
It's parallel to the crossing.
Yeah, that's great. So none of these, if we make the decision as staff recommendation today, none of the cycleway work will be deferred. No.
That will keep going. Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. Just wanted to do a quick check on my reading and understanding of the South Express. There's a bullet point there referring to the Gilberthorpe's Waterloo Parker Moffat intersection, which is one of the problem intersections, naturally. Is that likely to be going ahead as is currently approved and scoped?
We're not in a position to advance that in the next financial year anyway. So it probably will require more money, but there's still design and interface and QRL that still needs to be done. And once we've done that, we should have a better idea of the cost, and that'll come in to the LTP. And
presumably the briefing that our community board got just last week and is having a repeat of on Thursday for the community will be taken into consideration with that.
Yeah.
But that is not, it's not anticipated that we would progress that in FY24 anyway because of the challenges that we've got around design.
No, very good. Thank you for that. And I guess the other question I've got is around the Templeton section of that South Express up Waterloo Road, around Barters Road and through to Kirk Road. Time frame on that, is that 24 or is it beyond?
if we were in a position to do it in 24, it'd be right at the very end of financial year 24.
Yep.
So at this point, we haven't asked for extra money, but if we were in a position to tender it, I guess we could come back to council and say, are we ready to go?
Yep.
But yeah, I don't think, even best will in the world, I don't think we'd have boots on the ground.
Very good.
In the
Thank
next
you.
financial year.
Thank you. Can I just clarify in relation to the Northern Line, please? So this is the works that we announced to the public just 2 weeks ago that we were doing this work, the cycle path beside the railway line and the crossings. And you indicated that it was in those two separate parts. So can I clarify, is it just the crossings that are now going to be held up? And can you continue with the cycle path bit itself?
We believe so. At this stage, yeah, we think we're going to be able to do the corridors, but
that was the corridors we thought we were going to do in June.
So that's
And
what I'm
Kiwi-
asking. Are we still
well,
doing the corridors in June?
No, we're
please?
not, because Kiwi Rail have pulled that.
No, but I understood that Kiwi Rail had pulled the part in
No.
relation to the crossings,
Doing
but not the path itself.
yeah. So the corridors will be done, and the crossings won't.
Yeah.
Okay, so are we really?
To be absolutely
are we
clear,
really
yeah,
clear about
the
that?
corridors are still going to advance, and the level crossing upgrades
Are not.
The three level crossing upgrades won't be done.
Thank you.
Until later.
So Lynette,
Through the chair.
Yep.
We just want to say that's the best of our knowledge, but it is not in our control entirely. It is a Kiwi Rail corridor that we are working on, and if they change their minds, we won't be working.
so what is their indication to us at this
They
particular
are indicating that it's all right to go.
Okay, thank you. With one part of it, not the other. My next question is: have you communicated this latest information to our local community board? Whose area this is in, or is this the first time that they're hearing it now?
What latest information? Sorry,
That this is no longer, the crossings are no longer going because we've publicised this information, and I know that it's been advertised on a number of social media pages from various people in the community board that this work was happening and people were delighted about it. So
Have we issued a start work notice? So we haven't issued a start work notice because we hadn't confirmed the corridor works. So we'll issue a start when we issue a start work notice, the community board will get a copy of it.
I think we're at odds here. The question I'm asking is: has this latest information now from Kiwi Rail that you're no longer going to be doing the crossings, has that information been communicated to the relevant community board?
I don't know.
No.
Can I just note that, please, because this is the second time in the space of a couple of weeks that information isn't getting through to our community boards on really critical things. So just for the organisation, thank you very much.
I got a wee small handful here. If we'd been more accurate way back in the day when we pulled them out of the drawer to go to the shovel-ready department, say it was $50 million more way back then, would they have given us more, and we wouldn't be in this bit of strife we're in now?
I haven't got a crystal ball.
Okay, no, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Now, this, just reading between the lines, this, and I realise that the Heathcote one's practically finished. This 25 million. That's not set in concrete that might not get higher. Is that?
We have advised you that because there are still risks around this.
Okay. So out of all four of them, what was roughly the number of the whole four as a ball of wax before adding the 25 mil on? Roughly.
70.
70?
78, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
It was 70. We got $78 million of capital of shovel-ready funding.
Okay. Now, what else have I got? With the one from the tannery to the Valley Inn, that one that's happening, Heathcote Expressway, about 8 months ago, it increased by, I'll say, another 7 or 8 million.
5.5.
Oh, sorry, 5.5. Yep. And that all came from spare money from other shovel-ready projects.
Came from contingency, like we've talked about previously. Yeah.
Okay, so just to get back to the roughly the 78 million that the shovel-ready money was, the only extra, the 25 mil, is ours to go. Okay, thank you.
Contingencies.
The contingency's ours. Sorry, so the 10% contingency is council funded, and then the 25 will be council funded on top of that.
Yeah, just with those crossings, like along the northern line, can we just put the paths in next to the northern line, especially where there's already a goat track going through, and not even worry about the crossings?
We are putting we are putting the paths in, the corridor connections in.
Yeah.
We can't not worry about the crossings because they've been raised as a safety issue.
They're also part of our shovel-ready funding agreement.
But my question kind of is, people already cross the road there, and they already cross the railway line there.
Yeah.
How does this change it?
Because it increases numbers. So there's a level crossing risk assessment process that
triggers it.
They do a level crossing risk assessment, and if they believe that the level of risk goes up, then certain interventions have to be put in place.
Okay.
But that's not doing the crossings is not holding up doing the corridors.
Yeah, which is good news.
Yeah.
Cool, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Look, sorry if I'm going over old ground. Is there any of this work in the 25 million area that could be delivered if you had the money?
So, like I said before, there's probably little bits of it that you might just be able to get onto the ground at the very end of financial year 24, but I think it's very unlikely.
No.
Most of it's no.
No.
At the very end of FY24.
Possibly.
But the resolution says that you want this as part of the 24-34 LTP. So,
Yes,
so
which will
delivery
be
won't
25.
be till
25.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
So just the northern line, we've already got a cycleway through here. So this is basically upgrading an existing cycleway.
No, it's not upgrading it. It's extending it along north of Tucker's Road.
Right. So maybe on if you take Brockworth Place, there is a path along the railway corridor.
It's not that end of the corridor.
So you're putting it on the other side, or
no, up Tucker's Road, up in Redwood, right up the other end.
Yeah, I mean I've got the map from the consultation, and it's got Nando's Chicken and Riccarton Road.
So we're talking much further north.
The other end, up by Main North Road, up at Sticks Mill.
So there is a section to go in there, but that won't be done for a year and a half at best.
Right. So the total budget. So that's not. So this budget isn't covering.
That's covering that. Sorry, it is covering that end.
It is covering that end. So what? I'm just trying to understand in terms of priorities. We've got. I appreciate it's not to the top standard, but we've got an off-road, separated from traffic, cycle lane, shared path. Why would we be spending when we've got a budget shortfall? Why would we be spending money?
Sorry, where are you? I'm not understanding.
Between Blenheim and Riccarton Road.
Yeah, so there has always been a plan. This network has always had a connection between Blenheim and Kilmarnock.
There's no connection there at the moment.
There is no connection there at the moment. There is a short connection from Brockworth Place out to Riccarton Road, which is a very short footpath. And the connection actually goes along the other side of the rail corridor anyway.
And then it kicks away from the rail corridor and into local roads. So it doesn't even go the full distance. So the section that would be in a year and a half is from Kilmarnock down to Old Blenheim Road.
Right, and there's another section north around Papanui.
Yeah, north
that is along the rail corridor, but we're not proposing to do.
That's the bit we're proposing to do.
It's being done.
So we're upgrading that one as well.
No, we're not upgrading. It'll be a new shared path alongside the railway. So it'll extend the existing bit so that eventually it'll meet all the way up to Main North Road.
So did we, given the success of the relatively low cost investment into Park Terrace, and I know we're in the middle of a trial, but for a kind of major benefit for a lot less cost, are we looking to apply that principle to any of the shovel-ready projects to save money?
We've looked at that, and we've provided you advice on that in the memo that you've got back. So that's all been provided. And as staff, our assessment is we don't think there's viable options. We've looked at not just the viability of it, but how much work would need to be undone, stopped, or reversed in order to do that. So how far we are along the process. We've also had to look at what the drainage is in the area, whether there's deep dish channel. So there's been a whole lot of factors looked at. What we can say is that we will look at and ensure we look at options moving forward for all cycleway projects.
Right. And if we do the crossings later, I presume that means we have to do more traffic management, more procurement, more sort of. Is there going to be additional costs based on doing the intersections at a later date in terms of obviously not having the synergy with doing it at the same time?
Yes, potentially there will, but we don't have our control over that. So we are doing what we can do work on and getting what we can delivered for the community in the time frames, in the best time frame we can, and we don't have control over the rest of it.
Okay, and just I guess the final, just the costs associated to the cycleways. It just seems so much money. Like it's almost like we've become, I don't know, numb to the cost. Now I appreciate, we're in a difficult situation in terms of we go out for tender and people put things in, but are we doing any work just to look at the reasonability of the costs associated to the MCRs? Because the budgets are very extensive, and I just wondered whether we're kind of looking at how do we benchmark that we're getting value for money and good outcomes with the spend that we're doing.
So yes, we do that, and I would like to reinforce we're not numb to the cost.
Right.
They are big. These are very big, very complex projects where we do a huge amount of work. South Express is 15 kilometres long. Northern Line is extensive in length, but some of it's been done. When we probably pre-COVID, before we were in the sort of cycle of cost increases that we're in now, we benchmarked ourselves against the other major metros in the country that were delivering cycle projects. We were averaging something in the order of about $3 to $3.5 million a kilometre to deliver a cycleway project. If you're delivering a roading project at the same time, that was $4 to $4.5 million a kilometre to do a roading upgrade. Auckland at the time was costing about $4 million to $4.5 million a kilometre to deliver a cycling project. So we were doing that. Look, the costs have increased and they are looking at more like $4 odd million a kilometre to deliver now. Down here in Christchurch, Auckland is going up, Wellington is going up, everyone in the country is going up. So yes, we benchmark ourselves and we
Cool,
check
I think that's
what we're doing.
Asked and answered. That's all good. Okay, so I just want to check with the mover and the seconder, which is Pauline. I just wanted to add a wee bit into point 4. Yeah, they just bring it. Oh, sorry, it's on my screen, not yours. Oh. Yeah, it's not questions. The amendment is not questions. Literally, it just says. So just in that one saying, and I'm sure you guys will agree because it's just the openness stuff. About final costs can be provided in an open LTP session to prioritise the transport budget.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone happy? Then it just.
So what's the difference between what we have?
What it's saying is effectively that there's obviously going to be challenges like Yanni mentioned in the previous paper around the transport budget we put on for the year, and just obviously the terms of the priorities. It may get to the point where we go, actually, there's something in there that we want to push back further, and I just think we should do that in the open. Well, you don't have to accept it if you don't want. I mean, I'm happy to just put it as an amendment. We can vote, but I just sort of do it in the open. But.
That implies that.
Okay, we'll just put it as an amendment.
Yep.
And if we vote it down, we vote it down. But.
I'm just trying to understand the reason for that.
Yeah, no, it's fair. Yeah. No, we've had obviously criticism this annual plan around some of the stuff we, give guidance on privately. So I just think we should be really clear with big issues like this that we do it publicly. So.
Or how about something instead of just specifying that we're going to be open with cycleways stuff? How about we?
It's not so. It's the whole transport budget. Yeah.
Right?
We are. Yeah.
Yeah. So if we could just note that we will be doing as much.
Well, I'm just going to put Well, maybe we just put it as my amendment, and then if it fails, it fails. But I would have thought everyone would be quite content with it. Okay, easy. Well, that might just mean we can move this on without having to.
We're not approving the start.
No, going to the LTP.
Yeah.
Going into the LTP.
Yeah. Okay, so that can actually, so Sarah and Pauline are happy just to add that in. Then we can avoid putting that separately, which is cool. Yanni.
Given that we've been able to use the surf projects to extend the scope of some of the other cycleway projects and the craft projects, are we able to get advice on how we could possibly use the surf funds around offsetting some of these costs?
I don't know the answer, but Lynette might have a...
There's a very quick answer in that the surf was a bid for a set number of projects. The projects have been accepted, not the... We'd have to do a new bid next year.
So
there's a new bid next year.
No.
If you were going to do something, it would be a new bid if another fund came up.
Is there another round of funding for surf at the moment that we're aware of?
No. Not live.
No,
I mean,
okay.
We expect there will be, but we don't know what the
so there's
criteria for it
nothing
will be.
relevant to this here is what we're saying. Tyler, yeah.
Just a question on what does prioritise the transport budget actually mean?
Well, it means...
In a long-term plan setting, I'm sort of not sure.
No, what it means is we just have a public discussion on the priorities. So if we've got a budget of 140 mil for the year, and we're obviously going to have to put in this 25, do we take out more cycleways, add in roading renewals? Do we put in more in buses and the like? So it's just having an open conversation at the time so that every ratepayer in the city can see that discussion. Yeah. Cool. And that might mean we've got a compromise around the table. That means it goes through unanimously. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to move her in a seconder. Bearing in mind it's 5-4 and we've still got other papers. Does anyone want to discuss this? We'll put that to the vote. All in favour? Against? That's carried. Thank you both very much. Okay, now we go into the fun ones and public excluded. So I'm happy to move. We go into public excluded. Tim's happy to second it. Any discussion? All in favour? Against? That's carried. Thank you. So we'll just wait for the live stream.